That's great. There we go. Ooh, sorry about that, guys. I had we had like 3 different plans today for how the day was gonna go after I got off work, and none of them, none of them went the way we thought. So, ooh, is the way it is. Is Candace not streaming today, by the way? Like, is that not a thing? That's really weird, right? It'll be a good thing, I guess. It'll make it for, it's going to be a much longer stream than normal, probably. Just because of the fact that, well, I don't know if it'll be much longer. But, oh, it probably took a while for the phantom power to kick in. I, had it turned off. Oopsie poopsie. Does that sometimes. But, yeah, we just had so many different plans for today, and we thought things, were going to happen differently. You know, is all. Silly family stuff, you know. It happens. Well, it wasn't just family, it was friends too. So, there's that. We had, like, everything just didn't quite make it. And it's not their fault or anything like that either. Just things didn't line up for any of us the way we thought they were going to. Not to mention, storms are fixing to roll in and whatnot. Man, I cannot stand spring in Oklahoma. Beautiful weather at times. But man, sometimes it's just nothing but rain and tornadoes and rain and, you know, just is the way it is. Man, I can just hope that another event that's coming up won't get rained out that I'm going to go to. One that I frequent quite often. Rest in peace, Nick Fuentes. Uh-oh, did something happen? What did he do? Did he stick his foot in it? Anyway, the resignation written by the University of Georgia's Turning Point chapter. She announced that was going to happen, right? We'll read the letter before we get started with, we are definitely going to watch her Victor Marks video here that she did with this guy, Corby Hall. And man, does Candace Owens ever actually get debunked by Corby Hall? And I'm sure it made her mad because this guy, look, I don't want to be offensive because I don't know the intelligence level of this guy. Obviously, he's got to be intelligent in some way, shape, or form to be making these crazy guns. Okay? For sure. He probably is incredibly. But he reminds me so much, and this is mean. Okay? I gotta take my keys out of my pockets there. Don't have a proper key holder right now. Mine broke. So I gotta go get a new one. Anyway, he reminds me so much of a dude that I went to high school with. I won't say names. And I'm sure he does. I'm sure he wouldn't even, I don't know, maybe he would see this and be like, wow, that looks just like me. He must be talking about me. Yeah, that'd be funny. I doubt it, though. But the guy was so dumb. It was unbelievable. And this guy does say things that give me pause. He talks very, very slowly. And there's some questionable stuff involved with this. I'm not trying to dog on this guy. But there are some things that he kind of says that really catches Candace off guard. He's obviously not quite playing. He's not playing ball with Candace the way I think she would want him to. I kind of caught whiffs of this when I watched it today at work. And, you know, Nick was paid for, no way. Did they bust that today? Is that some new stuff, Nick, or did I just miss that when I covered it? Did they prove he got paid? This is unbelievable if that's the case. Let's see. What does this tweet have anything to do with anything that I typed in? Look at this. Oh, wait, you guys can't see it. There. I typed in Nick Fuentes. It's Ben Shapiro talking about pirate wires. And never once do they say Nick or Fuentes. Why? X is like just been frustrating as of late. Anyway, here we go. Did Nick Fuentes ask himself when this news broke? So, Breaking, acting AG Blanche reveals the Southern Poverty Law Center paid to help stage all this, the rally in Charlottesville. Oh, so I think people are just putting two and two together then, right? But I tried to tell people for a long time, if people are just now realizing that Nick Fuentes is a Fed, like, you're welcome here. I'm not going to rub your noses into it too hard or anything like that. But I've been telling you for a while, for a long time, that Nick Fuentes is a Fed. It was so obvious to anybody who's, like, even works a normal job. Like, I don't know. But a lot of people believed in him. A lot of people fell for his antics. And it's funny how the left always funds the extreme right. Been like this since Richard Spencer. Literally, if you guys, I don't know if any of you guys know who Richard Spencer is. Anybody know? Give me a 1 in chat if you know. Give me a 2 in chat if you don't know who Richard Spencer is. I've got like a minute delay between you guys, so by the time I see those numbers, just know that it's like a minute after I said it. You know what I mean? It seems like it's live, but, you know, latency, and everybody's streaming these days, so it just gets longer and longer of delays and whatnot. Dang dog got dirt all the way up on my shoulder. Good Lord. Stinker. His feet are probably covered in mud. I should have wiped them off. Let's see. So most people know who. Sounds familiar. Say two. Okay. Gotcha. All right. So for those who don't know, Richard Spencer is Nick Fuentes 1.0. Okay? Nick Fuentes is Richard Spencer 2.0. So, I mean, it's just really that simple. So, for those who don't know, Richard Spencer was a lot more on the nose of we need an ethno-state and things like that. And we're going to force people of colors, like, out of the states. He made it very, very, very on the nose, got a good following, had people like JF from, like, and somewhat had Andy Worski kind of on there. Andy Worski was on the fence. I wouldn't say he went full-fledged. Some people would say he went full-fledged over to the Richard Spencer side. But he did push back on JF on a couple of things with the whole ethno-state thing. So there is that, and people would be probably quick to overlook that for the most part. But I'll give him his credit where it's due, you know. So he did give some pushback to it, but he did teeter pretty hard on that stuff. And it kind of took place in 2017, 2018, I think, is when he peaked. You guys will also know that he was the very first person to get punched by Antifa when they were saying it's okay to punch a, 4-letter word that starts with an N. You know what I mean? Big bad guys from World War II. He was the first one. He was pretty much the poster child of that image of, them punching him and going, it's okay to, hit someone like that. Now, here's the deal. If nobody's being violent, it's not okay to hit them ever, no matter what they think, no matter what they say, no matter what they do. Bad people are allowed to exist as long as they don't make their bad choices, in a sense, that are harmful to others. The left would consider words being harmful to others, obviously, but yeah, we don't. It's just a silly thought in general. But anyway, oh, wait a minute. What? Now, this is interesting. Nick Fuentes was funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center for $270,000. I've been telling people stuff like this for a while now. We'll read the community note after here and see what it is. But I have been telling people, I'm like, look, he's been debanked, quote unquote. That doesn't really mean much. Really doesn't mean much at all, because someone who's debanked, well, here's what they do. This is rich people 101. As we all know, how do rich people get their money? They have assets. What do? You borrow against those assets. Therefore, you never have to pay taxes, and you don't ever have to pay, what is it? You pretty much just, the only thing you have to pay is just low interest. That's it. And here's the funny thing about it, too. It's a bottomless well of money. This is how rich people steal money, okay? This is crazy, right? So, tornado watch. Interesting. Great. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on that. So, long story short, if they have all the money, like, let's say you have, like, I don't know, $1.5 million taken out in cash on a piece of property you own or something. When you pass away, they have their property in a trust to where all the property, the banks can't touch it. They can't repossess it or anything really like that. So what it is the loan just dies with the person who dies, and then the kids get all the property anyway, and then the kids get to start taking out loans on this property. You see what I mean? Like, that's a little nuts. That's a little nuts that we have that system. So as long as they have the property that they own, and it's good to be borrowed against, they're always going to be able to just keep drawing infinite money, well more worth over the lifetime of that property. What it's worth, they'll draw probably more money than what that has ever been worth. Now, of course, the banks are supposed to get paid back somewhat. They make their payments, their monthly payments, but it's kind of interesting to think about, from that perspective, that there is this piece of, like, nothing just sitting there that will always generate them cash that they can borrow against. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of it's pretty gnarly. Anyway, all that to be said, that's probably what Nick Fuentes would do. He would do something similar. He'd buy some property. He doesn't need a bank. He just gets credit cards. And then he would just borrow money that way. Put up some collateral. You know what I mean? The guy could easily get as much money as he needed as long as he has the stuff to back it. You know what I mean? Assets. Now, I don't know if he has assets. I have no idea if he does or doesn't. So I'll have to look into that probably. But that's how I would speculate he gets his money. So when people were saying, like, oh, he's debanked, I'm like, that doesn't actually really mean much. If he's rich, then he gets his money different ways. He doesn't get money like us peasants, from a debit card. Man. Rich people, nothing's more of a turnoff to rich people than seeing someone with a debit card. I can tell you that. You got a debit card in your wallet, you're around a bunch of rich people, they're eyeing you like you're going to take their wallet. You know what I mean? Anyway, federal court documents do not name Nick Fuentes as the recipient a $270,000 payment from the SPLC. The DOJ indictment refers only to an unnamed individual who planned the 2017 Unite the Right. No, it was the guy who planned the Unite the Right. But we're not going to tell you his name. I wonder who planned Unite the Right. That's such a funny community note, actually. I didn't think it was going to be that blatantly stupid. I'm actually going to rate this as not helpful. That's really dumb. We know who planned it. Who else planned it? Unless there was a guy above Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes would be connected. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. Yeah, he has no overdraft fee. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's see. It's kind of opinion speculation. Well, I won't say that. It's not, I would say it's not needed on this post because it is fair to say that was Nick Fuentes. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be community noted to where it doesn't directly say him. It just, it wasn't Apple, or it wasn't Steve Jobs that did it. It just said the guy who invented Apple, the Macintosh. That's what it says. The guy who invented the MacBook did it. We're not going to say it was Steve Jobs, though. It's like, how dumb do you think we are? That's crazy. Nick Fuentes, Joe Rogan, inevitable. I doubt it. Why? Why would that? I don't know why this would. I don't know. Latest, let's see what are saying here. Mark Levin, good boy, Marky. Thank you for red pilling Nick Fuentes. What's this? What? If your favorite right-wing influencer is telling you to vote for Democrats, he's probably being paid off by the SPLC. That's a fantastic point. There you go. But it makes you wonder, too. Candace has to be getting, like, money from that, right? And I would think, anyway. So let me just make sure now. I've let a little time pass. It's 5:06. If she were going to stream, she would stream. I feel, man, she's just running out of material. So bad that she can't even have a stream ready to go today on a Thursday. Isn't that crazy? Like, actually, let me make sure. Put it on fast. Why ain't Candace Owens streaming today? There we go. Let's see it grok best with that one. She probably just hasn't gone live yet or might postpone it. Candace usually streams Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m. Eastern time, but sometimes a bit earlier later on. Well, that's weird because she doesn't have like any kind of like coming up or anything like that. Nothing like, you know what I mean? Like a preview, I guess you could say. Is it a preview I'm thinking about? Not a preview. I don't know. Hey, Cloudy. Hey, Eclectic. Hey, Waffles. Hey, everybody. Sneeko and Nick haven't streamed either since the SPLC news broke. Well. They're going to let this die down quite a bit before they get on, but I don't think this is going to die off very quickly. Let's see. Be careful with that subtext. Wait, what? Subtext? What are you talking about? Is that a medication? I feel like I should know this. Oh, it is. Oh. Oh. Buprenorphine. 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 There we go. Boop. Take a... Oh, I don't even know what they would call that on TV. I'm sure they'd come up with something stupid. But alrighty. Has nothing to do with this. Our Nick has been gone for almost 2 weeks. But is he on vacation or something? Man, if I ever start doing vacations, I'm thinking I'd probably do it in January. You know what I mean? That's like the slowest time for YouTube in general. But, no, I'm just reading them as they come, and there's some things in the chat that I probably shouldn't even read out loud. Because I'm just like, here's a line, and I get through it all, and I'm like, maybe I should read these before I read them out loud. Boopernex. There we go. Sounds like a weird toddler Kleenex company. You think he knew it was coming? Man, if he did know it was coming, then it would make sense why he took time off beforehand. But I don't know. Oh, he was on today? Oh, well. Maybe I should check that out. I'll check. See, you know, I could just go to his page. What has he said about all this? Oh. What you doing, boy? Can't get up there. No, your feet are muddy. No, don't do that. Stinker. Oh, careful. Gosh. Watch where your head is. Let's see. Mahan faces backlash over English truck driver. What is? I don't even know what that's about. Tucker Carlson favorability drops to 22% new poll among likely voters. Are they suggesting that he run for president right now? Hassan Piker frames United Healthcare CEO is killing his social murder. What? They're talking about Luigi still? What is his trial? If his trial's coming up, I guess it's relevant. Should I stream? Is the trial coming up? You guys know what's going on with that? We'll watch the Candace Owens stuff here in a few. I'm just making sure that she's not going live. I don't think she's going live today. Huh. You think the French got her? You think the French got Candace? I doubt it. If they actually did, if we actually found out that she ended up getting like actually taken out though, I would probably believe Candace Owens at that point. You know what I mean? I'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's weird. You know what I mean? But it's never going to happen. YouTube is banning everyone? What's this about? Crap. We'll see what happens. We'll see. What happened with Candace? Oh, in this interview, you'll see. She gets completely proven wrong. We'll be watching it. I'm just making sure that she's not going live real quick, because if she's going live, you know what? We could just save her live for after. What am I doing? We can watch this first. I don't know. We'll watch all this together. Let me see what Nick Fuentes has said, though. Nick, what the heck? That's not Nick Fuentes. Where's Nick Fuentes? There he is. Why did I have to do that to see him? That was weird. Trump and his Zionist backers intentionally used mass deportations as bait. Okay, so he's not even talking about that. Okay. The new line that I worked with the SPLC is the laziest Fed jacketing narrative yet. When I was 18, when I went to Charlottesville, the SPLC doxed my house in 2022, led me to almost getting murdered, got me censored, doxed my interns. Okay. Part of the new wave of attacks against me from Washington Post, Atlantic, ADL, now MAGA crowd, they're going after the clips, the super chats, now going after my credibility again with the debunked Fed narrative. All of it was never debunked. How did you debunk any of this? Like, I hate it when people say that. The moment people tell me something's debunked without actually debunking it, it makes me think, okay, you're definitely a Fed. You know what I mean? No one ever debunked that you were a Fed. You never debunked that you were a Fed. That's just crazy to say. All he did was just say, I'm not a Fed. That's like it. It's like, that's not, there are too many times where it's like, oh, they debanked me and did all this stuff, and that was it. They could have done much worse to him. You know what I mean? They could have, I don't know, arrested him maybe. It's kind of weird that they didn't, even though he was literally breaking the law. Literally telling people to attack police at the Capitol. Ray Epps was doing the exact same thing. Isn't that weird? He didn't get arrested either. It's weird. The people that were calling for violence that day never got arrested. Owen Schroyer got arrested. And he was telling people don't go into the Capitol. And to not be violent. And he got arrested. Isn't that just weird? It's just so weird. It's just a strange coincidence, What's he saying about Kirk here? When Charlie Kirk died, Trump said he doesn't love his enemies but hates them. On Easter, Trump didn't celebrate the resurrection but threatened genocide. That didn't happen. Now Trump compares himself to Jesus Christ and declared war on the church. No. He hasn't done that. He is an antichrist in league with Israel. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think that's stretch. I can always be wrong, right? It can always happen. I just really genuinely doubt that Trump is the Antichrist. A little bit too old, to be honest, I think. I think he's got to be, if it were J.D. Vance, right around J.D. Vance's age, and he were, I don't know, something like that, I'd probably believe it a little more. I doubt that we're going to get an old man that's literally just a few years away from his end as the Antichrist. I don't know. Be a little weird. Big spider? I gotta go crush a big spider for some girls. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, guys. Nope. I am not even kidding when I say the spider was about that big around. Whew, girls. All of them, all three of them, wife, two little girls, shrieking over a spider this big. It is what it is. It's fine. It's fine. It is funny, though. Oh, man. Hello, Follow Your Destiny. Hello, B. Williams. Hello, JP. Hello, Eclectic. I have already said your name, though. Hello, Mackenzie. Hello, Madness. I don't think I even said hi to Madness, and you're my mod. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. I mean, we're never going to know. We're never going to know who truly is or anything like that until it happens, right? Some say they're trying to build the 13th temple right now. I don't know. And everyone's like, oh, this is bad. This is evil. And I'm like, look, the Bible said this is going to happen this way. Why are you trying to stop it, though? At that point, why not just kind of be like, okay, this is what's happening. Like, are we supposed to stop it from happening? Is there a part I missed where we're supposed to stop this from happening? I don't know. Comes out of Syria, huh? I wonder who that'd be. I thought it was supposed to come up out of the river of Jordan, wasn't it? Comes like a it's like a 5-headed dragon or something like that. And then like 2 horns come in and then 2 horns get cut off or something like that. Something crazy, I don't know. Some crazy stuff. Alrighty. Anyway, yeah. He didn't really give it much attention. He was just like, "Oh, I'm not a Fed, and the SPLC is, they're trying to lump me in with them. It's crazy." And it's just like, yeah, I'm sure the SPLC really wants to be associated with Nick Fuentes, right? Publicly. I'm sure that's exactly what the SPLC wanted. It's silly. Yeah, and it's weird. Now, you're going to notice, they're going to talk about this in this episode. Let me refresh real quick, just see here. Might as well. Okay, she ain't going live today. I bet everyone's going to be freaking out about Candace Owens. If she didn't announce anything. Wait, what was that? Candace is at home raising her children. Is a weird attack on Candace, all things considered. That's a stupid take. Like, to even say this out loud, Candace doesn't raise her kids at all. She has nannies do it. Like, she's admitted this multiple times. I don't understand, like, why people would still simp like that. Very, very weird. Anyway, anybody talking about Piker isn't Tom Cotton, Piker is Candace Owens. Yeah, I like that. That's a great saying right there. All right. Well, this is weird. I don't know why that dude would say that. I hope Candace Owens knows that her little Republican MAGA friends, they are not your friends because that was crazy. Wait, what? Really can't even believe she actually said that, Laura Loomer. Ugly. Wait. What is this lady saying? Where are you from? I stole fizzy lifting drinks. Gorgonite scum. Okay, well, that's a heck of a reference there. Who's watching Toy Soldiers there? Forever, Bama State, Ishvalon, War Survivor. Wow. Or is it Small Soldiers? Small Soldiers, right? Where they put the chips in the toys, and then it's a Gorgonite or whatever with the military guys or whatever. That's a weird, crazy, like, was that 90s? What movie, when did that come out? Small Soldiers. Yeah, 1998. Wow. I saw that when it came out. It's rated PG-13. I was 6 years old. I should not have been watching that movie. Oh, man. But yeah, anyway, interesting. Very interesting. Nobody's talking about if she's going live or not. This is so weird. Like, I just wanted to see if she's going to be like, I've been traveling overseas all day, so sorry if I'm late to reacting, but this is a ridiculous trend that should be edited. Oh, she's literally vacationing again? Oh, thank you, B. I try to let the inner kid in me come on out. So, for real, like, wait, Laura Loomer and Candace Owens trade racial slurs? Wait, what? Hold on, I did not trade racial slurs with Laura Loomer. Trump's top advisor. She's a maniac at throwing racial slurs, and I've been laughing at her. Wait, really? Good Lord, is Laura Loomer really crashing out that hard? Can we look at this? Like, was the SPLC paying Candace Owens $500,000 a year to plagiarize David Duke? Is that supposed to be a racial slur? Are you kidding me? Okay, well, let's just go to... All right. Let's do replies here. Let's see here. Let's see. I watched your videos because I love your accent. Nope. How are they trading racial slurs? Loomer is... What? Copies of several prescriptions and... He's been performing. A tearful Jeff Loomer declined to say over the phone whether he was currently considering another involuntary psychiatric hold for his daughter, given her bizarre claim this week. Where did they even get this from? Like, come on. Like, actually make sure that they talk to her dad and whatnot. Like, that's crazy. Let's see. She said, Milo is a depraved, homosexual, illegal alien liar. He might be an illegal alien. I don't know if he is or isn't, but he's definitely a homosexual. He tried saying at some point that he wasn't anymore, that he magically got better, but we know that didn't happen. That's just, no. He can't even try to act straight. It's hilarious. Anyway, who has continued spreading lies originally made up by Bill Maher. Bill Maher is being sued, and the judge struck down his motion to dismiss my defamation lawsuit. Keep spreading lies like this, like you spread your... Oh, okay, wow. For suggesting Trump affair. Oh, okay. Well, that's crazy. Hey, Laura, just want to let you know the above tweet didn't age well. You lost your lawsuit against Bill Maher. What's she talking about? Who's his defamation lawsuit? So, like, what? She lost the defamation lawsuit the same day that she literally said that she's suing him? That doesn't make much sense. Did the judge just strike it down instantly? Wouldn't even hear the case? That doesn't make much sense. I don't know about that. Anyway, I don't see anything about anything involving racial slurs. Do you guys? Yeah, I don't know why I would not. Look, I'm not trying to be mean to Laura Loomer. But there is never a point in time where I could ever get with anybody who has gotten plastic surgery, elective plastic surgery. You know what I mean? It could never happen. It couldn't. There's no way I could bring myself to. I don't know why people like that. I've never understood it. I gotta be honest. I really genuinely cannot fathom why people at all get with like someone that looks like a robot, essentially. Like, it's not good, and it's worth making fun of to a degree, because it's like, it's not you we're making fun of. We're making fun of the things you bolted to you. You know what I mean? You didn't have to do that. Nobody held you down and made you eat plastic. Like, that's just crazy. Anyway, yeah, I don't see anything. What racial slurs at all? Just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. We'll read this after. All right, let's get into the video, guys. You guys are dying to see this. I'm not, but you guys are, so I'll throw you all under the bus.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get locked.
Why is that so loud? Look at how low... Oh, you can't see how low. Look at how low the volume is. Okay. Try this again. There we go. Look at how low the volume is there. I gotta crank this down like this. I don't know what's happening.
Locked in. I have a good one for you. I told you about this yesterday. There's a lot to unpack, and I think it could provide a lot of answers to some lingering questions that we have.
Unpack and lingering. Two things I didn't want to think about.
I am very honored to welcome Corby Hall, the Candace Owens Show.
Well, alrighty then.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That if you don't take the glass.
Candace's fake lives actually drive me crazy. She leans into it way too hard. Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing was cringe.
Is off, then no one's gonna
full
believe
screen.
you.
We have to
People
do the
There
glasses.
we go.
so that people know you mean business.
I'll sit
Aren't we
between them.
waiting on somebody?
No, we are not waiting on anybody. He's
Hold on,
not
I could be
coming.
like-
Victor does not want to sit across from you, which I thought, Victor Marks, it would be a good idea to have you all here because I can't contest anything he says. I am not a Fold AR company, and I did not have these conversations with him. But it's okay because I'm actually happy to have just you. I do think that if he was here, he would dominate the conversation. Everything that I learned about Victor Marks, I learned against my will. I want my audience, I want to be very upfront about where I'm at on this conversation, why I was so drawn to your story, and why I believe they will be so drawn to your story. I think we are at a very
she thinks.
interesting place in America.
I wish the camera angles were working a little better here. Oh well, Yeah, here we go. It's just we got a lot to get through. We got a lot to get through today.
America, where we know we are being sort of abused by the media. We know that they're lying to us about everything. There's, for me, the world before Charlie Kirk died and the world after Charlie Kirk died, and it seems like there's been an increase in this sort of, I don't know, like a tactic to make us think that we're the crazy ones when nothing is making sense.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're doing that to yourself. I mean, if I asked Candace to back anything she's claimed so far, she just can't do it. She absolutely cannot do it. No tangible proof. And this is what's funny. Even in this situation, they make so many claims and provide zero proof. It's really bad. They provide half of proof on something, but they cut out the contact name. Instead of just bleeping out the number or anything, they just completely cut away the contact as to where this text message came from. You'll see what I'm talking about.
And when I read your story,
it's literally Darvo, which they talk about too. They talk about Darvo. You know what I mean? Deny and whatnot. What is stand for? It's deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. So, I mean, that's exactly what they do here. And you'll see. And they even talk about it as if we're the ones doing it to them. It's the craziest crap. Because all we're doing is just asking for evidence. And they're like, oh, you're attacking me and reversing the victim. And it's like, no, I just want to see the proof that you claim you have. Like, I don't know. Proof that you've talked to donors from TPUSA and they're telling you all this stuff. Like, it's like, hey, can you just like show any kind of evidence whatsoever? They're attacking me. Nah, Candace, we just want a little bit of evidence. Like, this isn't difficult.
And learned about Victor Marks. There were so many themes that were coming up here. This idea of the pastor, this idea of you can't question this because the Lord has willed this. This is what we're all feeling right now, like faith has been used to manipulate the masses and actually to maybe cover up for evil. So I want you to know that when we have this conversation, I will interject and put my opinion. As always, it does not need to become your opinion. Feel free to say, Candace, I don't believe that. That sounds crazy. That could be a conspiracy.
And he's over here going, I really didn't want to talk about your opinion.
Or say, I plead the fifth. You could just say that you want to stay mum.
Yeah, sure thing.
But I wanted to
She's
give you
wearing
a
a
chance
car seat
because I know
vinyl?
that Victor Marks has a following. You do not. And he has been instantly
see
right out
it.
of the
That's
gate
bad.
saying that
Wow. You know, it looks like a bunch of flies. And I was like, oh, that's kind of like a Bale reference. And I was like, that's weird. Maybe it's a secret thing. Maybe she's, trying to show everyone that she is indeed in league with the Lord of Flies himself. And also she keeps calling him Ball. And so it's really funny to keep that context because it's like her husband actually is a Baal worshiper, but at the same time, he's also a Baal worshiper. So it just kind of fits. You know what I mean?
you are a crazy person, which is one of their favorite tactics. Everybody who disagrees with me is an
nobody
insane
has ever
person.
said
So
that
who-
either. And that's a good point, Let's see, where did I just see it? Mama L. So literally, she's sitting there saying that, like, oh, people are saying that you can't question us, it's divine and all this other stuff. I'm like, who has ever said that? I have not heard one person say you cannot question us because it's divine. It's like, what are you talking about? That makes zero sense. Nobody has suggested that. All we're saying, ask all the questions you want. Investigate all you want, Candace. That's fine. The problem is when you come out and you go, Erica killed Charlie Kirk. And it's like, oh, that's quite the claim. Maybe, I don't know, provide some proof. And then it's like, nope, not going to do that at all. Now I'm just going to put her entire childhood out there. This is where Erica Kirk grew up. This is all of the schools she went to. Look at these pictures. Ha ha. Isn't she ugly? LOL. Oh, look at that haircut. Ew. Okay. Yep. She killed Charlie Kirk. And it's like, the hell was that? Like, that's crazy. Why would you ever do that? Like, it's so mean. Stalks her entire childhood, which is exactly what Candace Owens has always done. You know what I mean? Yeah, it really does look like car vinyl. It's pretty bad. Oh, man.
Actually, are you Corby Hall?
Well, I own a company called Full AR. I've got the patent on the most compact AR-15 in the world.
You want to see how compact it is? I can show you where you can put it.
And our mission is school resource officers. And so it's been a long journey. This isn't something that just popped up overnight. You know, this has been a 20-year journey.
Oh, she's never accused Erica Kirk of killing her husband. What did you think she meant by Erica Kirk was a black widow? Do you know I'm going to show you something. Candace Owens literally called her a black widow, okay? Definition of a black widow. A black widow is, oh, not that. Metaphorical, describes a woman who kills her husband or partner or a dangerous, seductive woman, then with the femme fatal connotation. In other words, 1,000,000% when she called Erica Kirk a black widow, she said she was literally killed by Charlie Kirk. Then she also said Erica Kirk should go ahead and just release her book of, I didn't do it, but if I did do it, this is how I would have done it. In reference to O.J. Simpson, to which Candace Owens literally named O.J. Simpson. So are you telling me that she doesn't think O.J. Simpson ended his wife? Like, for real? Is that the hill you would want to die on? Like, that is a crazy take to have. So, to call her a black widow is so on the nose, saying there's no other way. You're not a black widow if you didn't kill your husband or proxy have him killed. Where Erica Kirk is the tippy point. To reference Dave Mustaine there. The tippy point. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. Like, you can't just call her that. And say that, oh, no, I wasn't calling her a murderer. I just said, she needs to write a book that, I didn't do it, but if I did do it. So, I mean, it's just a silly, silly thing to say. So, yes, she did directly say that Erica Kirk murdered her husband. There is no doubt about that. So, and if you want to see the clip, I'll show you the clip. Just let me know.
For me. And, we've done really well in the marketplace for the size of the company and the amount of resources that were available to us. I just got back from ISOF. So that was the big, you've kind of made it, jumping over that bar.
Well, there's only two people who could have actually ended up doing it for OJ, by the way. It was either O.J. Simpson himself or O.J. Simpson's oldest son. So, I think I'm getting that right. Oldest son, right? Like, I don't think he had a second son. Oh, my camera keeps falling. Oh, I thought that was carpet back there. That's my guitar. There we go. Oopsie poopsie. But yeah, anyway, it would have either been him or his son, and OJ would have still been involved. So as far as I'm concerned, especially when you're the parent, still your fault. Even if your kid is like 24, still your fault if you're helping your kid with it. But yeah.
It was exhilarating, to say the least, and that's special forces operators from around the world.
This video is incredibly boring. I'm just warning you guys. We're just having fun here tonight.
I
2.5
got to
hours.
shake hands with a lot of IDF and all other kind of special forces came out and shot my weapon systems and loved it. So
that whole sentence could have been an actual euphemism there. I'm not even going to get into it.
It was an honor. This is Old AR. The brand itself has been here since 2018.
Okay.
And we're a small company out in the sticks, East Texas. And
Oh, he's close. Out in East Texas. Wow. All right. I should pay this guy a visit. He's got cool guns. Regardless of what he's doing and all that, does own probably one of the coolest firearms I've ever even heard of, and I legit want one. Like, it's crazy. Candace Owens, eye ear to us. I think I'm reading that right, maybe. I'm bad at this. Fair warning. Let's see. Candace Owens, eye ear to us. Her first ever interview was with an expert. Actually, he's not an expert. Oh, thank you so much for that, by the way. Follow your destiny. Genuinely, thank you. He's actually not an expert, other than he builds firearms. He's not actually a ballistics expert or anything, and he talks about it.
just a few employees, and we make a few thousand.
You know, I could speed this up too. Do you guys mind if I actually go to 1.5? Before I started at 1.5, 1's in chat for yes, 2 is in chat for no. I did it backwards, but who cares? This is my channel. But if that's okay that he does it, but Erica's mom can't run a... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Erica's mom can't run a gun shop, but there's no proof that she even did. She gave zero evidence to even back that Candace Owens' mom was... Erica Kirk's mom was trying to... He looks like he got interviewed by Chris Hinson. He does. Sorry, that distracted me. Let's see. Please do. Okay. Yeah, we'll do. Okay. That sounds good. That sounds good to me. All right. Dude, do it. Talk. Okay, I'll do it temporarily for 0.5. That's funny. We could do that. Well, let's get 0.5 there.
Rifles a year. And yeah, it's you know, it's the most compact, but it's also a caliber swap. You know, push one pin, barrel system comes off. You can change your calibers, your barrel length.
There we go. All right. We'll actually do it. Anyway, sorry guys. I had to put you through a little bit of that pain. But yeah, anyway, yeah, long story short with all that. Actually, I kind of lost my train of thought for the most part. Yeah, we'll put it on 1.5 speed here and all that good stuff. Sorry guys, I comments distract me. It was let's see. Dude, I could just go back. Let's see. Well, shoot. I lost my train of thought. We're having fun though. Let's get on through this. We'll have a fun stream tonight, guys.
Push the pin back in.
Oh, I know where I was. I was reading the super chat. Right. With an expert. That's what I was saying. So this guy's not really an expert. He'll mention that later. You'll see.
And you're ready to go with another caliber.
And we're not going to tell people back at home how you just had to slowly explain to me the very basic functions of a gun. We're not going to tell them that.
No, let's not tell them.
I knew everything.
Yeah.
Wow, Candace Owens, you're going to find out how not a gun expert she is after this dude literally tells her that actually it is possible for what happened to Charlie Kirk actually happened. You know, he's like, it actually is possible. And I don't think Candace liked that.
He knows it all.
I knew it all. So I did just get a nice crash course. It's a very interesting product. You could see why you would have special forces interested in that product. And something that I think jumped at my audience in general when it came to the Fold AR was the idea of a pastor. I know now
so this gentleman here is part of a folding AR company. It's the only AR-15 that you can fold. And with the push of a pin, you can change out the barrel and put like a larger barrel on. So you can literally just like change the, essentially change the size of your bullet on the fly. It's pretty wild. And long story short, one of his rifles got stolen, and Candace, for some reason, thinks that someone would have known somehow that this guy's rifle would have gotten stolen. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's such a stretch. And it's with a caliber that doesn't match. So, yeah, it's really, really, really weird. And whenever she's like, well, what barrels did you, like, sell him? And he was like, oh, just the one. So... yeah, we'll get to that too, because it doesn't make sense. They would have to makeshift his patented firearm with, like, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
He's not a pastor, but his website certainly did say he was a pastor at some point, being interested in this product. So I'd just love to hear about how you met Victor Marks.
Well,
Yeah, she said by now. She did say something like that. Like, I'm a. Thank you for that, Wombat. Yeah, it's She literally said, by now, I'm a guns expert. I'm a gun expert. I'm a ballistics expert and all that stuff. They should just send it to me now and whatnot, kind of flexing on that. And now she really showed him how little she actually knows, and he's going to school her a bit.
late November of 23, my wife was showing me some of the Instagram posts that he was making, and he was demoing compact weapon systems. And it was kind of framed around, Victor's looking for the most versatile compact weapon system that's out there that, and I don't think he announced it as he was looking for a signature series at the time, but nonetheless, she had me message him, and he responded right away and invited us up to his house in Colorado Springs. So we drove from East Texas to Colorado Springs on, I think December the 1st. And
What year?
23.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we got there, and there was quite a few people there. So I think there was probably around 15 to 20 people there, some family, some friends, some
Wow.
security guys, and all really nice people. Everybody's really kind to us, and we got to meet all of them individually and talk to all of them. So we went into the dojo house where it's like a karate mat, and kind of wide open space, and I was demonstrating it, pulling it out of a backpack and deploying it and teaching.
If he was demonstrating it any less than a karate type way, then I'm going to be very disappointed. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I have to imagine in here. It's like they went into a dojo and were like unveiling this crazy weapon, and have to do some sort of crazy like karate backflip in order to open this weapon up.
And some of the people that were there how to deploy it.
This sounds like a pretty big property.
It's not that big. I would say like 4 to 5 acres, maybe.
Okay, so 5-acre property.
You know, Snow Bunny, I'm going to realize when I slow this video down for you, you're on 2x speed trying to catch up. It's going to sound like normal for you. It's hilarious.
Okay, but they're doing gun demos just in a studio where he does dojo, did you say?
Yeah. So just a studio area.
And she just
first.
said he sounds normal on
And so
2X.
we did that for an hour, and it was mostly discussion, of course. And so we're not deploying it and shooting it at that point. But
How many other people that were just people, friends not in the industry whatsoever, just like local friends of theirs?
I don't know if they were all local, but nonetheless, everybody was really nice.
Okay.
So after that portion of it, we went out to the gun range, which was just a 25-yard.
You think he sounds like Phil from All That Remains? I don't know. He sounds kind of more like a country singer guy to me. I'm quite the fan of Phil and All That Remains and whatnot. Jason Richardson was in that band for a little bit there. He just quit like earlier this year. So kind of sad, but yeah.
Range that was at the back of
Crazy
the property.
guitarist.
And it had like tinder framing around it, and it's kind of dug into the ground. So they got to shoot right there and deploy, and so everybody got their rounds, and we got pictures, and my wife got to shoot the gun and with Victor, and she was excited about that. Got some pictures, and anyways,
Right.
I kind of stay back. Like I don't
Wow.
put myself in the middle of everything, and so I show everybody what to do, make sure everybody's safe. You've got security type former military people there. Everybody knows how to shoot a gun, and I'm just kind of sitting back
Jason
at my vehicle.
Shreds, yeah,
just
he was
parked at
good
the
too,
back,
yeah.
And Victor comes up to me, and he's like,
Is good.
first thing he said was, not the first thing of the whole meeting, but first thing he said in this moment was, I don't really meet too many people that are at the pinnacle of their industry. And to me, I don't take overt compliments very well. And that was really the first time that anybody significant had said anything like that to me. 'Cause I'm still a very small company, almost invisible in the industry, even though I'm well known in the industry, but in the general marketplace, kind of invisible. And so when I heard that, I was like, okay, at least somebody gets it. Like, I'm not trying to get badges of honor here, but that was nice after 18 or 17 years of work at that point.
Wow.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why people wouldn't get it though. It's a foldable AR. Like, actually, whatever. We'll go. It's a foldable AR. Like, that's crazy. Like, to be able to stuff in a backpack and to just be able to flick out and bam, it's a full-fledged. Like, this isn't like a mini anything. It's full size. It's the wildest thing. I don't know why people wouldn't be interested in that. Now, it's probably just because they're very expensive to make.
And so he said, well, I've got some signature series that I'm looking at with, he named off a few different companies and, bigger companies. Like, yeah, but this one's the only one that makes sense. And for me, I already know what my weapon system is. So validation doesn't really mean anything to me from other people. But it was, again, a reaffirmation that somebody gets it.
Mm-hmm.
And we had already had conversations, back at the dojo house, whatever you call that, about our mission with going on the backs of school resource officers and well, it wasn't our mission at that point in time, but it was brought up as a topic, and we had sold quite a few to school resource officers. But again, it wasn't so much, our mission wasn't established until we left the Marxists, and I'll walk you through that. So when we walked in, so we get done with the shooting at the range, and we've already, at this point, we've been there for like 4 or 5 hours. So they invite us into their house, and it's getting dusk, I suppose. And Victor opens the door, and my wife goes in, and as he's going in, he says,
Oh, hey, Retro. You may be surprised actually coming up. Just letting you know. Spoiler alert, there's a very funny situation involving what you're talking about.
everybody's been talking, and we've noticed too, me and Eileen have noticed that, you and your wife just have a unique connection that is unusual. Like you're finishing each other's sentences. You're talking to multiple people and like automatically know where the other one left off, and you fill in the gap. And the way you look at each other, and
You're right.
that was normal for us. Like we're already 3 years into the relationship, and we had a little thing where we called twin flames, and it was natural to us. And so we had this other thing, 1111, and not into all the angel numbers, but that was our thing, our unique connection. And he opens the door, and he says, I feel the hand of God on y'all, or God's favor. I feel God's favor on y'all, and y'all are about. He's telling me that y'all are about to come into an abundance.
Oh, by the way, Brittany, thank you so much for that. I absolutely agree with you. Just wanted to say that real quick. By the way, if you're new here, please hit that subscribe button and that like button. Thank you all so much for being here. This is interesting. He says that Victor Marx literally was like, I feel the hand of God on you. Listen to his kind of like reaction to this.
As we're walking into the house. And so, having worked on this for so long up to that point, there's been a lot of instances where people have told me like, oh, this is about to take off. You're about to make all this money and get all this attention, so many times over the years. And so that was one of those moments where inside, it didn't sit well with me.
Didn't sit well with you that he said, oh, you guys have like the hand of God on you. I could feel that, God's in your presence. And he's like, oh, that's bad. An interesting thing, or that's an interesting first reaction. All right. For someone who claims to be a Christian, Mama Owlbear there for 20 says, Victor Marx is known for being the fastest to disable anyone with a firearm. The videos of Victor disarming people are actually amazing. He's known for this. Charlie Kirk and he were good friends. Candace is jealous. Believe it or not, actually, I was doing some research because this comes up in the video. And thank you so much for that, by the way. I just want to say, apparently in 2024, or maybe it was 2025, Charlie Kirk and Victor Marx actually did have a falling out and unfollowed each other on X. That's interesting because it was never really a public thing, but it has been confirmed and they currently still are not following each other. I don't believe, at least as of when I checked. So, I don't know. We can pull it up. Let's see. Let me see if, Charlie Kirk. Oh, Kelly McKinnon for a $20 sticker there. Thank you so much. Well, you're amazing. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't let me like stickers. They should let me give a little heart to that. That's a little weird. But oh well. Here, let me pull this up instead. Now, Charlie Kirk, I don't think they follow each other at all anymore. Good Lord, 183,000 people. I don't know that I could search the list, can I? Let's see. Oh. It only lets me see these people right here. Why? Following 180,000, but it only lets me see a very, very short amount of people. Okay. Vic. So Victoria's trending. I don't know why. That's it. Oh, and terms of service down there. Okay. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't know. But yeah, let's see. Victor Marx. I bet he doesn't have that big of a following in comparison. Let me see. 43,000. Is this him? Wow. 43,000? Why? 43,000. I thought he was a lot more popular than this. And you'll see why I think he is a lot more popular. 99 following. Okay. Easy enough. Eric, Steve, David, Turning Point USA. Well, he's following Turning Point. Okay. Maybe he just got unfollowed at the time. Frank Turek. I thought this said SpongeBob. Nick Fuentes, Lance, Tony, Laura Loomer, Grok, Mags, The Persistence, Brad, Sybil. Sybil writes, that sounds like us. That's funny. Sounds like just someone with a lisp. Let's see. Jonathan and Patriot, The White House, Jeremiah, Colorado. Am I really going to read all these out loud? Just scroll till I see Charlie. Should be able to see him. Libs. Yeah, no, he doesn't follow him either. Apparently he, when did I ask this? History, Mark DeMark, Sam Parker, Daryl Sheets, wait. What? Oh, here we go. Yes, Victor Marks and Charlie Kirk unfollowed each other on social media. This was before the assassination 2025, but I don't know when it was, actually. Oh, wait, no. Here we go. This aligns with broader online controversy. Victor Marks has publicly claimed Charlie Kirk once asked him to be a mentor and shared videos about it, but critics have called those claims false or exaggerated, pointing to the later rift. Some replies to these discussions also reference Victor Marks appearing at events like AmFest 2024, but the unfollow and cutoff appeared to have occurred afterwards. That's interesting. It's not the most reliable. When was this posted? April 23rd, 2026. Oh, this is the only actual, reference, though. That's not good. 32 days before Charlie Kirk was ended, 34 days before an embrace that seemed out of place. Well, okay, the embrace was never proven at all. And 36 days before Victor Marks announced his bid for governor of Colorado, the Haitian media was already asking who he really was. What does it say he unfollowed? Let's see. Mentored. Let's see. Unfollowed him entirely on social media platforms before his death. The Haitian Pulse was already asking, when is before his death, though? I need just a little bit more than this. I wonder why. Because they're currently not following each other. But when did it happen and why? That's what I want to know. You know what I mean? It might not be a rift. They could have been friends, but I just don't know why they unfollowed each other. It's odd. It's, because we did make a big deal about that happening with Charlie and Candace. But, it's funny because in this episode, Candace will use this against Victor Marks. And she was very much against us using it, or against us using that same train of thought against her when she unfollowed Charlie Kirk and he unfollowed her. She doesn't like when that's brought up. So it is a little bit strange.
And that, but on the outside, it's like, okay, maybe this is it, because he already understands. That's already clicked. So that started off the entry to the house. We go in, we sit down in the living room on the couch, and we're just having casual conversation and talking about the history of what I've been through to make it this far, and it's just getting deeper and deeper.
Well, it's not that I necessarily believe Candace. It's just the fact that it's like, okay, they unfollowed each other. It's kind of fair to believe that they may have beef when we're like, hey, Candace, you had beef with Charlie because you and Charlie unfollowed each other. And she's like, we never had any beef. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, it's just one of those things to where it's like, that's her conviction, and she's not wanting to stick with it. And it's like, I'm willing to stick with that conviction. I'm willing to believe that they may have had a falling out and hold the same principle, that means that also applies to Candace and Charlie. You see what I'm saying? So there's definitely that. Victor Marks is non-denominational. He does not pastor a church. He does speak in churches. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what I don't know what he does exactly when it comes to all that stuff. Let's see. Stargaze new apostolic reform. My first time ever hearing about it. That's interesting. Stargate. Wait, where did you see that? They did not have a falling out? Well, if you guys are, you guys won't be able to believe that Candace and Charlie had a falling out just by them, with them unfollowing on X then. You see what I'm saying? We kind of got to hold that principle together.
And, they ask us about, well, first this is when they make the comment about the connection. We're sitting there on the couch. Makes the comment about me and my wife's connection and says, well, aren't y'all married? well, y'all first, are y'all believers? Well, yeah, we are believers. I got another coincidence. I accepted Christ when I was 16, and so did she. And so answered that question, and then it was, why aren't y'all married? Like, well, I've been married a couple times before, or two, and just wasn't a priority. We get along great, and I don't want marriage to ruin that, right? But we're not thinking scripturally about it, and so this led into, and this is hours worth of conversation, and this led into Victor explaining what a retooling prayer is, and I had never heard that term before, and I grew up in church, but I wasn't heavily rooted in scripture at that point in time. We're talking December 23. Um, so it didn't click with me that was something to watch out for.
Mm.
I'm just, I'm excited we're here.
I see. So you're saying that you actually know Victor. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would still be one side of the story. I would still, well, maybe he could tell you. I don't know. Maybe that would be cool if I could have him on the show one day even. Shoot, I'll have him on here. I would like to talk to him about it, and see like, hey, well, why did y'all unfollow each other on X, because like I said, it's just one of those things that if I am going to use it against Candace, I'll be like, look, Candace, you unfollowed Charlie. You guys had a big falling out. It's kind of one of those things where I'm like, there's that principle that's there, you know what I mean? But, I'm willing to definitely, I'll take your word for it, for the most part, if you can find out exactly, like, I don't know, why he would have unfollowed Charlie. Or maybe they just hid the follower. I don't even know, because there is one weird discrepancy with it, and I don't see why it wouldn't be, how would I put it? Why it wouldn't be public anymore. You know what I mean? But like just a few days before his death and they unfollow each other. It's weird. I don't know. It is definitely odd. Who knows what took place? But I don't know. I don't know if he's got no beef with Charlie. Why did they both unfollow each other? I don't know. My first thought isn't to go and start unfollowing people when I have fallouts with them. I usually just I don't know. My first thing's never to go to social media in general. You know what I mean? It's kind of odd. I don't know. Maybe other people's minds are in other places.
This seems like it might be what I've been working for all this time, and all the stress and the lawsuits and the marriages, and finally
Look
somebody
over his
understands.
shoulder?
So, hey, let's do it.
That's a good question. I can't read that. It's like something about Russia. Russia. I don't know. Looks like a Russian thing. It looks like the Russian palace here. Looks like it says Russia right here. Oh, is it Russiagate? Gate? No, that's like a U or something. Huh.
Excellent prayer.
I don't know.
And so it kind of explains it. And
she's also got the ET doll that she dressed up like Bridget McCrone. That's crazy.
And
I
he's
didn't think
asking
that was a
Eileen a
real
lot of
prop.
questions about the process. So to me, it was
Russia
like,
future? Maybe.
well, why does he have to ask her how it goes? From component to component of how this retooling prayer goes. But again, I just let it slide, and so we agree. And it would start off with me, and this whole process, I think, lasted maybe 15 minutes each.
When you say it started with me, and you also used the word ritual, what do you mean by that?
Well, the retooling prayer, he was going to do it on me first.
Okay.
And then,
So it's one by one, and he's going
So they're talking about like this is some sort of demonic ritual, but when you just type in what is a retooling prayer, a retooling prayer is a targeted authoritative prayer approach designed for spiritual warfare to break demonic strongholds, release individuals from their fear and mental torment, and restore spiritual freedom. Often associated with ministries like Victor Marx, it involves identifying, confronting, and commanding evil forces to leave in Jesus' name. Well, I don't know if he invented this or not. And who created it? Let's see. It's popularized by Victor Marx of All Things Possible Ministries, but that doesn't answer my question. How did I ask it before? Let's see. Who was the first person to do it? Let's see. Originator, the retooling prayer approached is specifically associated with Victor Marx of All Things Possible Ministries. Wow, that is not what it told me last time I asked. It is straight up just associating it with Victor Marx only. Well, I guess I can't debunk it the way I thought. Weird. Where was the one where I think I put it here? A retooling prayer is a targeted, authoritative prayer approach designed from spiritual warfare, break demonic strongholds, releasing individuals from fear. It is. It did say often associated with Victor Marx, so I just misread that part. That's my bad. Yep. That's just a dumb post. I think I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. I missed that. I thought I read the whole thing. Sometimes I catch myself in really stupid situations there, but wow, I actually genuinely thought that. How did I miss that line? Oh, well. Never mind then, guys. I thought I was going to be able to debunk it, but maybe not. You know? I don't know who else specifically practices that, and I'm not saying he does. You know what I mean? I mean, retooling, that doesn't sound anything demonic. That if it was something demonic, I'd probably name it something a little crazier. But retooling, I don't know.
Gonna retool what?
Good question.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll figure that out.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah. So, and of course, I didn't memorize the whole process, but recently I looked back on there was a podcast that they did in 21, him and Eileen, where it described the process. You know, I kind of forgot what the process was after this thing, but I looked back recently and, you know, it all started to come back as like, oh yeah, he did exactly that.
Just keep in mind too, Candace always says, if you're telling the truth, you don't need a good memory. This is going to come up a lot.
And transcribed it out. It was a podcast, verbal podcast, but I had it transcribed out and got to look through it in detail, you know, piece by piece. Here just a few weeks ago, actually. And so as I was reading through it, it was,
oh God,
yeah,
Baron Coleman's live.
He did that. And so the first part was an opening prayer, and I didn't memorize the whole opening prayer. It's like 5 or 6 sentences long, you know, 30 seconds worth of opening prayer, and it's using the name of Jesus, and seemed like a fairly straightforward prayer.
Can demons use the name of Jesus to cast a spell? Just curious. Is that even possible?
Except, and again,
no, not an exorcist. So this isn't an exorcism. Apparently, according to, I don't know if it's according to scripture or not, but apparently he says that it is. I don't know. And Candace says she doesn't believe it, which is funny, because if this is scripture, which I'm getting there, reading the Bible takes a long time. But if, it would be hilarious to see her contradict scripture, but this guy here says that people who believe in Christ cannot be possessed. So that's why it makes me pause. I'm like, can you even use Jesus' name to, like, you know, do anything? But anyway, he's saying, no, it's not that the demons are possessing you, it's that they're around you. You know what I mean? And that's what the retooling prayer is to get rid of demons that are around you. Not an exorcism. You know what I mean? So apparently Tucker Carlson has seen a demon before, by the way.
Notice all this stuff back then, but except the whole circle of judgment. So there's an opening prayer, and it establishes a circle of judgment in the room.
Let me see.
There's some other components to it, but.
And who is in the circle of judgment? Sorry to.
It was just an imaginary bubble sphere, so to speak. That was just the terminology.
So he's kind of setting up this imaginary perimeter.
Yeah, around the whole room, like all of us.
Okay,
yeah.
and I mean, within the circle, no one is judged, or we will be doing some judging. That's what I mean. That's my question. Like, you can tell me everything and no one's judging, or like we are going to enter in some judgments.
I think it was, well, looking back on the transcript.
Yeah, which is helpful.
It's judgment on.
According to AI, no, a demon can try to attempt to make a false Christ to make people like worship, but apparently a demon cannot use, according to the Bible, Jesus Christ's name in the name of like making a like ritual. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know that would be possible. So if he's saying he used Jesus Christ's name, then it's not really supposed to be possible. Maybe in the way he said it, maybe he doesn't remember it correctly. Maybe he only said Jesus and secretly was thinking, you know, my gardener, Jesus, not, you know, or maybe pronounces it Jesus or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he didn't use the full name, and in his head he wasn't thinking of the same, you know, Jesus or something like that. Maybe. But when you say the full name, I don't think they could say the full name of Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. He must have a bad memory if that's the case. But you don't really need a good memory if you're telling the truth.
He assigned demons.
Okay, so he's judging the demons that he assumes are in you.
Not in. And
Around?
Attached to.
Attached to. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, correct anything. I
Yeah.
have not been in communication with a person who's doing retooling prayer. So.
Right. So here's the trick. Believers can't be possessed by demons. That's scripture. And so when you have believers come to this quasi exorcism, you can't call it an exorcism. So you have to reframe everything. So possession now becomes assignment.
Okay.
So they're not in you, but
Mhm.
they're attached to you.
Okay.
So in you, scriptural,
Mhm.
a non-believer possessed
Mhm.
inside you. A believer can't be possessed inside, but can be attached to the outside. And so if you engage in a continuous sin, like
Mhm.
you have
Now, notice he says, according to scripture as well. Listen to what Candace says about this.
invited a demon to walk alongside you, I suppose.
Okay, I would have to consult a priest on that 'cause I do think that there are definitely ways that you can get possessed by demons. Like there have been people, I don't know for sure. So I'm gonna, but that helps me understand, I guess, the context of how this is happening. So he's saying there are demons that are attached to you. I'm gonna do this.
What were you even trying to say there, Candace? That's what's so funny about this. Like, well, I don't necessarily believe you. And it's like, Candace, if it's scripture, do you believe it or not? You know what I mean? Like, instead of referring to the Bible, she goes, well, according to my, pastor. Or what did she just call him? Let's see. Oops.
For sure. So I'm gonna, definitely ways that you can get possessed by.
Alongside you, I suppose.
Here we go.
Okay, I would have to consult a priest on that 'cause I do think that there are.
I would have to consult a priest on that. Good Lord, Candace. Don't be lazy. Read the scripture. See if it says it in scripture. Actually, I'll just find it right now. What scripture states that believers in Jesus cannot be possessed? Get rid of that. There we go. Okay, well, here we go. While the Bible does not explicitly contain a single verse stating a believer cannot be possessed, it is understood through key scriptures, including that because Christians are indwelt by the Holy Spirit, they cannot be controlled or owned by a demon. The most prominent scriptural arguments are Corinthians 6:19-20 through 20. Your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, which implies God will not share his dwelling with a demonic entity. John 4:4, the spirit in the believer is greater than the spirit in the world, meaning God's presence provides total protection against possession. Right here. So John 5:18, scripture says, those born of God are kept safe, and the evil one cannot touch them. Okay, those are examples. I guess it's not direct. I guess it's up for interpretation at that point, technically speaking. Oops, I didn't. Okay, good. But I accidentally hit the wrong button there on that.
Definitely ways that you can get possessed by demons. Like there have been people, I don't know for sure. So I'm gonna, but that helps me understand, I guess, the context of how this is happening. So he's saying there are demons that are attached to you. I'm gonna do this retooling prayer. May I ask, what is his authority?
God, Candace really can't do anything herself, though. That's what's funny about this. She goes, I'm going to have to get my expert. Well, she's literally the long-haired, dark-skinned version of Rick. What's his last name? This is how much she needs an expert. She is literally this man right here. You know what I mean? Rick Harrison. It's hilarious. She's literally Rick Harrison with the amount of experts that she needs. I find it to be funny.
Authority to do that prayer?
Well, I don't know that answer. And
So that's would be my first question. If someone's like, I'm going to get these demons that are attached to you off, I'd be like, oh, are you a priest? Are you an exorcist? Are
Right.
you, did he say to you, I am a
pastor.
pastor? Okay.
Yeah.
So he's taken that since, just so you know, publicly, he's no longer a pastor, but he definitively did. We checked out on his website that he was a pastor.
Well, I think
That's really not even relevant, but okay.
I guess I won't represent this as something that I remember him saying, but I think he believes that he's anointed by God as some type of apostle.
Dude doesn't even really want to lie about that. I don't really know if I remember or not, but I think he literally is committing blasphemy.
So, in any case, so this assigned demon is going to get judged in this circle of judgment. And so he asked the subject, me, I'm going to ask you a series of questions and you're just going to respond.
Mhm.
Whatever the first thing that comes to your head, just say it. Doesn't matter what it is. Don't think about it. Relax. Just say whatever the first thing that comes to your mind. And so he's commanding the demons at this point. And he asked, what is, well, back up. He asked how many demons are assigned. And you just say a number. And so that's the instruction that he's giving me. I'm going to ask how many demons are assigned to Corby. And I don't remember the number. It was either 2 or 3. I just said the first number that came.
Man, what a 50-50 that would be. I don't really remember. It was like 2 or 3. I thought he was going to say like 5 or 6 or something like that to be like, can't really remember because we were going through each one of them or something like that. And then it's just like, literally, not even that. Possibly more than 1. Possibly less than 4.
Came to mind. And then he asked the name of the first one. So he's gonna judge the first demon. He knows. Now I say a name.
Oh, wait, what movie was it, K-Pasto? Also, thank you for being here. I think I missed it. I'll definitely check out that movie. Where did you say, the World Greek? Oh, hold on. Shoot, I think I missed the movie. Sorry about that.
And this was
Someone will have to tell me
recorded, by the way. And we were advised or suggested we record it. And so my wife did record. And so I said,
why didn't he bring that footage with him? That's interesting. That would have been interesting to see, right?
oh, you're never going to believe what's popping in my head. I just think it's something I've seen in a movie or something. And Eileen says, oh, well, just say whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's, and they name off some whatever common names. And I said, well, Beelzebub. And Eileen says, that's actually pretty common. I'm like, oh, okay. So proceeding from there, Victor names the demon by the name Beelzebub. And he commands angels to come down and grab this demon by the arms and make the demon kneel before him. So if you can imagine, angels coming down, grabbing, forcing the demon to kneel before Victor.
Just pausing here for dramatic effect, because that is how I am envisioning that. Victor Marks then believes that he has the capability not just to command demons, but to command angels. And that's what he's telling you, because he can...
Yeah.
Wow, that is... Sorry for interrupting, but that's a statement right there.
So, just to get this clear, though, like, I don't know if this is a normal pasture thing or not. I've never seen anyone do it. But, is that even possible? I think I'm going to Google that.
Yeah.
And also, to be clear, I hadn't realized this. I thought when you said you guys went one by one, that maybe Eileen's in another room, but you guys were all in the room together.
Yes.
This is a...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Eileen is still kind of reminding him of the steps. He knows what to say, but it's just like, oh no, you do this step first, and then he'd be like, oh yeah.
And which angel did he...
Okay, well, this is not, like, super duper uncommon, actually. Okay. Yes, some pastors and teachers, particularly within the word of faith, charismatic and prosperity theology circles, believe it's possible for Christians to command or release angels. They often argue that because believers are heirs of salvation, they have authority to put angels to work based on Hebrews 1:14. So there is a little bit of backing to it too, possibly. Maybe we'll see. Kenneth Copeland. I'm not gonna, let's see. Angels obey God, not human. Okay, opposing theological views. Critics maintain that angels only obey God's word. Okay. I don't know. Which... let's see. So it's just within word of faith and hyper charismatic. There's actually, and Pentecostal. Okay. Think that. Okay. I didn't know that there was a sect of Christianity called hyper charismatic. I have never known that. Did you guys know that? Because that's a little wild. That's an interesting piece of news there that I didn't expect to get. Hyper charismatic as a Christian sect. You guys ever heard of that? But yeah, apparently there are plenty of sects out there, like 3 or 4 of them, that do believe in that, actually. So it's not the craziest thing.
Did he say?
Didn't say. I don't remember him saying the names of the angels.
Okay. Yeah, this is the guy that would go face to face with Victor
again,
Marks,
I recorded,
apparently.
So it'd be interesting to
figure out which angel he believes he's commanding.
Yeah. So
this is just, this is a scary story to me. Like, I don't even watch scary movies. So like, it's like a movie right now in my head that I'm walking out of the theater right now. I'm just going like, okay, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is terrifying to me. Like, a man that...
I find it weird that anybody that would be like praising Jesus would be terrifying to Candace. I find it to be just a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Oh, some of you
that
did know
is-
about
That
the
is something.
hyper charismatic.
But this
Okay.
is the guy who understands me
Mm.
and understands what I've been
Most
through
people didn't,
and
but
sees the
wow.
value in what I'm doing.
Mhm.
So
They always come as your friends.
sorry, Charlie.
They always come as your friends.
So this demon being held by two angels, he makes some commands. I don't remember what he said, but he commanded one of the angels to
Again, apparently you don't need a good memory if you're telling the truth. It's kind of one of those things that keeps coming up. It kind of bites Candace a little bit here.
cut the arm off the demon. And then I think commanded the other angel to cut off the other arm or leg or something, dismemberment of the demon. And I did skip a portion. So before that, before all of that dramatic stuff, there was another set of questions that was asked. So after the demon's name, the next question that was asked was, what are the 3 lies that you've been telling Corby? And so this is where I started to get in kind of a trance-like state, and I was staring straight at Victor, and I wasn't blinking my eyes. They're kind of watering up. And stopped breathing, not as a panic, but just I noticed that I just wasn't breathing for a few seconds. And so, again, first thing that pops into your head, and I said, you're a fraud. And then what's the second lie that you're telling Corby? And said, your kids don't love you.
Wait, what? What did they remove?
And the third lie, they'll never love you. So that was the 3 lies, first things that popped in my head. And so then, after that set of questions, was what is the one truth that God's trying to tell Corby that you're blocking from him hearing? And of course, it's you're not a fraud. Your kids do love you. And she's sitting right there next to you, and she's not going to leave you. So then the dramatics with the chopping the arms and the legs off and casting away, and then on to the next demon. What's the next demon's name? And then the whole process started over.
And in each process, is he chopping off the arm of the demon?
Mhm.
Okay.
You don't remember that demon's name? Oh, interesting. Yeah, this just seems rehearsed, and you're gonna see why I kind of catch them breaking rehearsal here. You'll see. This gets bad. I genuinely look. The guy seems like he's a nice guy, but I could tell Candace has given this dude an assignment, and he couldn't quite remember all of it. So, and you'll see why.
Hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, I have the honor of sitting in this chair, and I can hear what's happening with what I just know about psychology and stuff. And you are telling him your deepest fears. That's it. There's nothing happening other than we're all self-conscious. We constantly in our head are saying things. Oh, this is not right. We in our normal capacity, we're our own worst critics. And he's just commanded out of you, and now he knows your weak spots.
Yep.
Yeah. Now he knows and you at the end of that, because you're doing this and these people are strangers. You've instantly established an emotional connection with these people because you've shared with them something that you would not just share to a person that you met.
Right.
So he is. What is he going to do with that information, Candace? And what did he do with that info?
I would almost say he's trained in that. I don't think he's being trained by a church in that. I'll tell you that.
Right. Oh, I know now.
Mm-hmm. Because in just how the emotion of hearing that, I instantly know this is these are your deepest fears. That's it. We all have them. And you're talking about your kids. You're talking about this is what love me. I'm going into. I think you said this is your third relationship, right? That's going to obviously be a fear. And he just now got the key. Maybe he was summoning demons. Maybe there was somebody in there that might have been a little possessed or attached. I don't think it was you, but that's.
Well, hey, think of it this way. The Pope blessed an oversized block of ice. Actually, he just created solid holy water. You're welcome.
My opinion, it's my podcast. I can say my opinion whenever I want. I can.
Yeah. So, there was one more. The next name was Thomas, and I don't remember what the answers, the 3 lies, or the answers were for that one.
Can't remember anything. Apparently, definitely telling the truth there, right, Candace? You don't need a good memory if you're telling the truth, as Candace likes to say.
But then the thing about it was like a compounding effect. So every time, this is where it got really interesting. Every time you would get done with a demon, he would re-ask the question of, now how many demons? Now, each time. And so,
wow, that's just so weird. It's almost like he's going through the number that you told him. You know what I mean? That's so weird, you know? It's a little strange, isn't it? That he would do that until it got to 0. It's almost like, dang, is he not going to leave a few for me? What are you talking about?
So after that second one, Thomas, I said 0. We're done. No matter what number popped into my head, it was 0.
Sounds like the last demon got a little bit anxious and was like, no, by all means, I got to stop this happening now. So, I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. Now, I'm not saying that this is legit, okay? I'm not saying that the guy wasn't casting some sort of spell or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, in the sense, they're not doing a good job of explaining how this could have been a spell. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in a way. I mean, the whole retooling prayer thing also doesn't necessarily either make a lot of sense to me either, per se. But that being said, I don't know. I would think that some sort of, like, demonic ritual would actually end up being a very obvious demonic ritual. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd think that they'd be making some sort of symbols or doing something a little bit different. But hey, 1 second, guys. I have got to take care of something just real quick. It'll be like 30 seconds. Sorry about that, guys. Had to use the restroom real quick.
So it was getting kind of weird at that point. I wanted it over with, but moved on to my wife, and I'll just leave that one alone. But
Same process, same thing.
yeah.
And
Discount Jason
what happened
Momoa.
Well, I remember him saying that doing this practice, like, drains his energy. So, like, he gets real worn out, almost like he's using up energy in this process. And I remember that being something that stuck out. But after this whole process, so him and Eileen
So that's the one thing that stuck out. That's a weird thing to say, but okay.
leave the room, and, you know, we've talked about my brief story. You know, I dove deeper than I ever have with anybody else already.
Mhm.
But they left the room and came back and told me about a dream or vision, and I don't remember which one it was, but it was a dream or vision that Eileen had the night before. And they were both telling the story, kinda him telling a piece and then her telling a piece, and it was that Eileen had this dream or vision that, um, this was gonna be related to a mission to protect kids. And that it's, you know, just so coincidental, well, not coincidental at all, but
So let me get this straight, though. She does say that apparently she has a vision that this is going to protect kids, but it's not exactly told how she's going to protect kids, but then they get married to one specific idea. That's kind of a weird way to interpret that, but okay. You guys will see what I mean.
God ordained that we
Yeah,
met,
he doesn't remember much at all.
and that I'm bringing this rifle that is the best tool for the job on the backs of SROs. And in addition to that, you know, what I think to be partially true, at least, them going in and out of combat zones or conflict zones to rescue women and children, and having these rifles on their backs will benefit them. So, double whammy, schools, protecting students, and saving women and children abroad.
And God ordained it. What do you know? Just the night before. All right, you guys, you see the headlines, you read the stories, and then
Yeah, nobody ever ordained it. That's just Nobody, or not, I'm not saying they didn't ordain it. That's not the right thing to say. Nobody ever claimed he ordained it. You know what I mean? To a degree. Like, whatever happened with TPUSA and all that. And they're like, it's silly. She'll sit there and say all day long, oh, well, we can't question them. God's ordained everything that TPUSA's done. It's like, nobody's even made that claim. TPUSA's never made that claim. It's really frustrating to hear her keep going back to that.
I recommend that you go to balanceofnature.com and so many connecting themes here with just everything that I've been discussing on my podcast, obviously just investigating this Charlie Kirk story. And that brings me back to this obvious relationship Eileen
She'd have to eat a lot more to be the next Oprah.
has with Erica. And this is very similar. I was there when Charlie and her met, and it's this, godly. Everything's godly. It's all about this is what God wants. And this is like, and how easily Charlie fell for that and believed that, okay, yeah, this woman is just so godly. And speaking to her exes as I did, and one of them telling me that she would say she had like a vision or a dream of someone that he was close to after he had opened up that this person.
Oh, Glenn Beck finally spoke up against Candace. A lot of their audience members, so they're trying to gauge, and they're kind of trying. I see what a lot of a lot of right wing commentators and talking heads are doing. I see them slightly pushing against Candace and them starting off a little bit more neutral because they're seeing where their audience is going to go. And once the majority of their audience starts speaking up and actually is against Candace, then they start feeling a little more safe speaking out against Candace. They're not going full-fledged yet, but Glenn, he has a couple times. I kind of thought so. I think I remember him coming out against Candace a little while ago, though. Maybe he hadn't. I'll look back on it. But I'm just not keeping track of it. I'm like, look, I get it. They don't want to have their audience just completely, like, turn on them, and then their career goes to nowhere overnight. You know what I mean? But I do think it is a little bit cowardly. But at the end of the day, as long as they just start doing it and show the receipts, too, about Candace, that's really what needs to happen. And that's the thing, too, is if they're sitting on receipts that Candace Owens is lying, and then they're just afraid of losing their audience, that's someone that I don't respect. You know what I mean? Don't respect at all. I could see, like, somebody not having any evidence one way or the other, just kind of remaining neutral until they see where their audience goes. But for people who actually genuinely have proof that Candace Owens is lying, I think it's pretty cowardly that they wouldn't speak up against her. But I don't know. I'm just trying to get them encouraged to coming out and speaking out. I'm not going to attack them. So that's just kind of my stance, because it's like, look, I just want them to do the right thing, and I'm hoping that they choose to do the right thing.
Was close to him in his life, particularly this ex-boyfriend speaking about his grandfather, and then she'd say that, oh, your grandfather visited me in a dream. So it's, again, establishing that connection. There's a pattern here.
Love my Aussie, you're
recognizing,
correct.
and I think it's, like I said, been one of the major connecting themes, and just kind of looking into the story of sort of what changed at Turning Point USA and the direction that it went into. But I don't want to get ahead of myself there. So you've done this. You've established this connection. You do believe to some degree that it must be godly. You've now handed them the keys to your deepest insecurities, right, about yourself. And I'm sure it felt in equal parts like cathartic, right, getting that out. You don't seem like the kind of person who runs up and talks a lot to people and says, hey, let me tell you my deepest, darkest secrets.
Right.
Um,
I'm pretty open to people that I feel see me. But in general, no, I'm pretty standoffish.
Right.
That's a weird line to say, to be honest. People who see me, like, I don't think that's the way he meant to say it, so I'll give him a pass. But I'm just saying that's a little bit, it's a little strange.
So now the four of you are, in this God vision
Right.
together. And I'm obviously saying that tongue in cheek. What happens next?
So we go home. Well, I believe we had a hotel that we were staying in, but we left the next day. And so this was, again, early December. So I get to work on the signature series, the Victor Marks signature series. We run through a bunch of ideas on color schemes and features, what suppressor, what backpack, all these. Now, how is this rifle going to be presented? It's got to be nice. And so we came up with something, and it was a pretty cool rifle. But I had it ready for SHOT Show. So SHOT Show is the largest gun show in the country, probably the world, but in the country, annual. It happens in Vegas every year, and sometimes late January. I think sometimes it happened in.
That is just crazy to see that fold up like that. What a wild, wow. What a wild weapon. That's awesome. Man, I would definitely love to get a hold of one of those. That's really, really cool. Man. So anyway.
Some years it happens late February.
Get on with this.
So this year of 24, in January, it happened in late January. So we're communicating back and forth, and this the color scheme and all the accessories had been picked, and we built a few units to be able to be able to give him a couple at the show. And, he had his FFL2, Federal Firearms License. And so we transferred a couple to him at the show.
That is also something that's interesting. Why is it that everybody associated with Candace Owens has had like some sort of vision from a dream? Weird thing to think about. This dude's wife, apparently, Candace Owens herself, she claims that Charlie Kirk has, and all these other people are having visions. It's odd.
And had a few for our display in our booth. And, backing up just a little bit, I
Did she
asked
really
him,
use an
I told
Ouija
him
board,
that,
8-ball to
I'm
communicate
gonna
with
ask
Charlie?
my then
Did I miss
girlfriend
that?
to marry me.
Has it been that long?
And, in text, before the show, like, what, maybe 5 days before the show. And, I can't remember if he pro-offered it or if I asked him. I think I asked him, "Hey, you're gonna be there, you're pastor,
Candace does look
let's
uncomfortable.
get married.
Hmm.
30-minute ceremony. We'll be in and out quick." He's like, "Oh, yeah, we'll do that." And, so I had gotten a ring, and it traveled through 4 different continents and arrived at our Airbnb in Vegas, the night of the day of the wedding. And, I was just dressed in, like, jeans and my work boots and just a button-up shirt, and she had a pretty cheap, easy dress that she got. It looked beautiful, but, we just, like, this was a
Man, I could see your dip patch poking up between your teeth there.
rush job. And I actually
Oh,
hadn't
he
even
fixed it.
asked her to marry me. Sweet. So
That's crazy.
the day of, I asked her, we were just walking down the hallway, and, by the way, she was my CEO of the company, and she had been working there for at least 2 years by that point in time, and just bang up job, like, she's good. And, so anyways, asked her to marry me that day. We go up to Victor's hotel room. We have some of our industry
Oh,
friends.
hey, Gidget. It's, this dude is Corby Hall. He, invented the folding AR. And, he's talking with Candace here about the whole, Victor Marks situation. It's a hard video to get through.
Attend with us, and they got video and pictures, and it was super special for her because she just adored Victor and had followed him for many years. And the ceremony was perfect and simple, and just it was nice. So try not to get too sentimental here, but we read each other's vows to each other. Victor was there, he officiated it. We had our marriage certificate that we ran into the courthouse and grabbed real quick, and we got a picture of him signing it with us sitting down behind him.
In all fairness, this
And-
video is at 1.5 speed because he talks very, very slow. So we decided to speed it up.
Once we got the photo op, we walked to the
Right.
other side of the room and just mingling with our friends, and
That's better.
we're looking over, and he's talking to Eileen, and I already know what's going on. Like he's not certified to do this in Nevada. I already know it. And so and so they're just talking it back and forth, and he's like trying to decide if he's gonna sign it or not. And so I'm like, "Hey, is it just because we're in Nevada?" He's like, "Yeah, I don't have a license here," because there's a block on the form where you gotta put your license number. And I was like, "Well, it's fine, just sign it. We'll go back to Texas and just do our county deal after this, but we'll keep this. Doesn't need a license on it. We're not gonna file it here anyways. So no big deal, right?" Red flag,
Does he
but
have a license even in Colorado?
Why would that be a red flag? Like, if they require you to have a different license than just the normal license you have, yeah, this is literally half the speed faster, and he's still talking slow. Yeah, I don't know. It just like if Nevada requires you to have a Nevada license, then why would that be a red flag? Like, why does this guy need to get a license in every state? If he doesn't frequent the state and perform in the state, I wouldn't get one either. That'd be a waste of money.
don't know. I don't know. So that was that. And got done with SHOT Show. It was a great event. Got a lot of videos, pictures. Everybody was shaking hands and meeting Victor and meeting us, and it was a very nice SHOT Show. And normally I hate going to I've been to SHOT Show since 2012. Hadn't missed a year, and just absolutely hated it. Just all the walking and hauling stuff around and having to be here and there and unpacking stuff, and the logistics is just a nightmare. But
This one was pretty memorable.
this was nice.
So things are looking good.
Mhm.
When is the first time, I guess, you guys had any sort of a shift in that narrative? Like, just we're all on the same page. Here's what we're trying to do. Here's what our goal is. We got your signature series, good looking gun. You're getting us married. When's the first time you had a hiccup?
Hmm. Well, I guess I'll get there. So I'll just so
Yeah, take me wherever you want. Don't, I want to get the full story.
You could see Candace is getting frustrated with this. It's very funny. You guys see the background play? Yeah, the E.T., the Bridget McCrone doll that she has now. Yeah.
he went on. Well, we had an opportunity pop up, and I believe it was March or April-ish. And Sebastian
Oh,
Gorka.
this was him literally marrying him and his girlfriend. Victor Marx was like signing the paperwork there, but he was not licensed in Nevada to do so. And he's like, yeah, we can't do it here. I'll have to do it back in Texas. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. His wife was a big fan of Victor Marx, by the way.
Had me on once, and me and him had talked quite a few times, and text message based, and he loved the gun, right? He's a gun guy, and so me and him kind of connected, and he said, okay, well, so you got Signature Series, Victor. Been trying to get him on my show forever, and you know, let's talk about this cool mission, and let's get y'all on. So I did not want to go on. I didn't want to be on video. Can't you tell? And then I texted Victor, hey,
Yeah, I can really tell. And you came all the way out here anyway.
Victor, Sebastian wants you to get on with him and talk about the full AR. He's been trying to get you on. He's been bugging me. Like, just go on with the dude. My wife will be there to support you through this. And Victor's like, yeah, oh, I do this all the time. It ain't no problem. And
tell us the genesis before we talk about Victor and the very exciting plans you have for this weapon. What is the genesis? How did you get this idea?
So our inventor, Corby, he's my husband also, but he came out with the product about 7 years ago. And he came out with it because he was looking for a way to get the AR to be more compact, and decided to take the barrel nut off. And then when he figured that out, he figured that you could also fold it. And after a lot of testing and a couple of years of development, he made this a possibility.
What is your mission now, Victor?
That, I see what he's demonstrating there. It's a non-foldable that the officer had to run out and go grab.
Well, I'll tell you, everyone knows that time in a critical life and death situation makes the biggest difference.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And this weapon platform, not only being an outstanding high-end platform to shoot, it is absolutely the best product in order to engage a hostile threat in a school, bar none. And again, with it being carried in a backpack, it keeps the level of anxiety down for students to watch. So we know this is a lifesaver. And what we want to do is to be able to see every resource officer, first starting in the state of Texas, have one of these, and then it's spreading throughout the United States so that our children will be made safe.
so Victor goes on, and they talk about the full AR a little bit. I think Sebastian asked her, I think your lesser half, he's the inventor, and, tell us how he came up with it. And she spit off some stuff. It was good. But then Victor came in and was talking about the All Things Possible mission, and said that, we're going to make it a mission to get one of these full ARs on the back of every SRO in the nation, starting with Texas. I was kind of shocked. Oh, I didn't think he was going to say that. But yeah, let's do this. And that idea was to set up a 501c3 and figure out how to get donations coming in for schools, particularly rural schools that don't have immediate access to SWAT teams or funding. And let's get these moving. So that happened. And it wasn't too long before we had a school that needed 5 and didn't have the budget for it. It was local to us. And we built them up, and we talked to Victor about it to get that funded. And there was kind of some pushback. And, I got to run this through the ATP board. They didn't know that I was going to do that. And they're kind of wormy about the whole gun thing. And I'm going, okay, you do what you got to do. But I got 5,
Mhm.
and it's like, I think it was either $13,000 or $15,000. And, suppressors and backpack and like optics and all this stuff on it that they need to just train and get ready and go deploy them. And so he eventually did. We paid for them to build them up front. And, we're not making a lot of guns every year anyway. So funding that out of pocket is kind of a hit, but we did it. And
I'd say Victor's a good looking dude. He looks like he keeps up with the gym and all.
he did send a check to us. And we got the guns to the high school or the ISD. And they loved them. We got some photo ops. Victor didn't come for that, but we really wanted him to. And so we delivered those in the summer of 24. And that was the only one that Victor ATP purchased. My wife had created this fairly long list of schools, and they would fill out a template. We want the guns, we will use them, and we don't have a budget for them, and or we're located in a area where there's not a quick access to first responders.
Mhm.
And if they check the boxes off and put it on their letterhead, and we would take it in and have it ready for ATP. And yeah, just never, after summer of 24, there was no attempts for
School resource officers.
Yeah.
In that context, yeah.
right. But there
I don't know why they were so, like, I get why they were married to it, but also understand too that it's like, hey, school resource officers also normally aren't even allowed to probably have across the country for a majority of schools, I would say, not even allowed to have those near the school. So it's probably just in general a tough sale anyway, getting them into school resource officers' hands, you know? Just too many schools out there that are like, nope, we're not going to have this. Too many schools out there that won't even allow a school resource officer to be there, you know? So there is always that. I don't know. It's just, to me, that was a very, very silly thing for him to do to his business and not really get it commercially out there. Because if it's commercially out there, they will make their way, you know what I mean, into school resource officers' hands one way or the other. Like, I don't know. If I were him, this is what I would have done. I would have sold the company out pretty hardcore. Not sold the company out, but I would have done a lot of the deals. And then I would have probably donated weapons to school resource officers at that point because you could afford it. You know what I mean? That's probably the route I would have done. And what school resource officers that are able to accept them would not take them for free? You know what I mean? Like, that's just my opinion on it.
were requests for other guns. And so moving forward into August, y'all jumped August. Let's get into it.
Hmm.
So Victor messages me, says, hey, I need a 1,000-yard capable rifle that has a scope on it and a camera attached to the scope. Like, okay, I can put that together. I actually already have the components. I don't have to buy anything. And he needs me to deliver it to him pretty quickly. And says he tells me that it's for, well, let's just hold up there then. So I build this thing out. It's got a proof research barrel on it. It's a carbon fiber precision barrel. It's like $1,100 barrel, and 223 16-inch.
This is probably why the company's not doing too well. He just gave like a $10,000 rifle away for free.
barrel with, I had like a $5,000 scope on it. I'd had it for a while. So it's just like, he'll make better use of it than me.
You're just going to give him a $5,000
Yeah.
scope.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with a camera attached to it.
Mhm.
Like I literally had this already set up. But
So camera's probably like, I don't know, $500. Barrel $1,100. Scope is $5,000. I wonder what the rest of the firearm makes up. Probably makes up the rest of the $3,500, I would imagine. At that point, definitely. Bare minimum $10,000 firearm. Gives it away for free, and wondering why he's, kind of struggling and stuff. It just doesn't seem like I don't know, something good to just give away as a gift. I don't know. Maybe he thought it was going to get him into bigger business. Who knows? But that's just not something I would have done. I would have probably brought something over closer to the $3,500 range or so.
I hadn't used it in a while. So I take it up to Victor. And
How much are his? Let me see how much they go for.
the conversation is, I want to, and this is with me and
Yeah,
him.
they start off at $3,000, $2,799. Just straight up base. So yeah, I probably would have. I don't know. Wouldn't have given something away so expensive.
Privately.
Let me see
That's
if I
where,
can configure.
the meat of the conversations always come in.
Wow. No, look at this thing. I did not know this. Look at this, guys. So folded, unfolded, folded. Look at that. Like, if I'm imagining full-fledged, like, as that size, like that folds up to that's so small. That is literally about this size right here. That is insane. Wow. Actually, really, really, really cool. See, $27.99. So I'll configure this over here off screen and see if I can get it up to his specs and see how much it was. That's crazy.
He wants to blow the head off of somebody that sticks their head up over the fence around this orphanage in Haiti. And they have a tower in the middle of it, like some kind of watchtower. because apparently
In the middle
they're
of the orphanage?
the orphanage.
Okay.
And, he's saying that people are jumping over the fence, climbing over, and trying to rob or whatever the orphanage. And so, I tell him, yeah, I'm not going to leave it here if that's what you're doing. And, we had a conversation before about
I don't really
shooting
let you configure
watermelons, a
much.
previous conversation about shooting watermelons at 1,000 yards. But when I got there, conversation shifted. Now we're in person. And he wants to talk about
Shooting people.
shooting people. Yeah.
And I just want to back this up. When he's initially, because we do have that message and we're going to show that message, when you guys were initially having that conversation about shooting watermelons, like, did you think he was talking about watermelons?
Now, this one, it actually does show like a contact that says Victor marks up here. That's better than the next message that he shows. I believe they cut this off, unless my phone cut it off. But I looked at it and could not see this contact. Keep this in mind, okay? So they talk about this. I just need you to set up the trigger cam app and make sure it works. Then you'll get high-def videos shooting long range from that tower. Chat with me on WhatsApp. So they don't say anything about blasting anybody.
Or do you think it could be code because you kind of know him a little bit now? And he's like, hey, I'm just wondering if we could
I
shoot
didn't miss it, right?
When he
Or if that's about it.
we're going to shoot about watermelons? Or do you
Nope.
think it could be code because you kind of know him a little bit now? And he's like, hey, I'm just wondering if we could, or were you thinking like, no, he just really means like if we were to test it with a watermelon, like, what was your thought process when you were first having the conversation via text about shooting watermelons from 1,000 yards? Did you think that there might have been some innuendo reading between the lines? I usually was shooting straight because he'd never made a weird request before this. So you were
Right.
like, he just wants to know. Okay. So then you're like, he says, let's have this conversation face to face. And when you say you meet up, this is in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. So does he have a place in Texas or are we always Colorado?
Yeah, we always met in
Colorado.
Colorado at his house.
And just to get our timeline right, this is August of 2024.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're face to face and he's like, actually, there's this orphanage and people are climbing over this fence in the orphanage and there's happens to be a tower in the middle and we just want to shoot these people because we want to protect this orphanage.
Yeah.
Because what are they doing at this orphanage? Presumably stealing orphans, trafficking children?
I don't know.
He didn't say that explicitly.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
Fair enough.
So I say, I'm not going to leave this. That's not what my rifles are for. I mean, for a military guy, I will sell my rifles to military law enforcement, and it's assumed that they may shoot people with them,
Mhm.
right? But in this context of a mercenary type operation that doesn't have oversight, no.
And did you wonder why he was doing that at all? Because I mean, he's a pastor, he's doing a routine. Like I have a priest. If my priest was suddenly like, hey, Candace, can I have some guns to go shoot an orphan on a mercenary mission? I'd be like, oh, this is a new side of you. Is he telling you like, you met armed forces guy at his property? Like, are you shocked at even the proposition of him doing this? Or does he kind of speak this way and tell you that he's connected and whatever? Like, how are you processing that request?
Well, I just simply said, yeah, I'm just not going to leave it here.
You're
And
not
so
processing. It's just
I'm not processing it. I'm just, again, I'm happy that I'm there in person now. We can talk about, like, I got this list of schools that are ready for guns. And, there's that bond has been established.
Mhm.
He is my spiritual authority figure. Like, I'm not to question, I'm to do. And I was there to deliver. So, but, I told him,
And how was that ever determined? I'm kind of curious. Like, you just came up with that on your own?
well, why don't you just, like we're talking about, do the watermelon. Just do the watermelon. Like, oh, okay, well, like, and backing up. So shooting the head off of a person transpired into, well, I'm going to go in and execute or capture Jimmy Barbecue.
Okay.
And the first time I've ever heard of this guy. I don't
This is definitely Joe Biden's arch nemesis. Just letting you know.
know who he is. I'm still like, yeah, no. Again, back to the watermelons. He's like, yeah, I said, just put the watermelon up on the fence, shoot it, get your propaganda video. That's what the whole thing was about, was shooting somebody climbing over, got it on camera. We can distribute it out in the Haiti land and they won't jump over anymore.
So I'll take
Right,
his word for it for the most part. But I mean, how am I supposed to know for sure that this actually happened, though? Like they show receipts, kind of like that he was talking to Victor Marks, but never mentions anything about this part in text.
I see the good intention behind it, but yeah, no. And then, transition
No video or nothing else either. I mean, it's just weird.
and transitioned into a little bit more detail. Like maybe if I tell him that it's to kill Jimmy Barbecue, who is causing all the ruckus in Haiti,
That dang old Jimmy
anyways,
Barbecue.
then he'll agree.
Okay, so I do want to just take the second now to just show a brief clip to my audience of the media context of who Jimmy Barbecue is. Some people do not follow politics, global politics.
Oh, we're gonna
and
learn.
what we were told Jimmy Barbecue is
That dang old Jimmy Barbecue came up to my pool and started rubbing my hairy legs.
and was during this time frame, August 2024. Take a listen.
Jimmy Chiricia, universally referred to here as Barbecue, is the head of one of the most powerful gangs in Port-au-Prince. But he's also the head of a gang consortium that's brought Haiti to its knees. Barbecue
Good
sees
lord,
himself
did
as a
you see
revolutionary,
like there's just a car flipped back there? Like, look at this.
but he's also the head of a gang
Look at that.
consortium.
It's just their streets. They just have cars just mangled and destroyed here. What is this, like, right there? Like a broken windmill?
That's brought
Good
Haiti
lord.
to its knees. Barbecue sees himself as a revolutionary for the people, and he rails against corrupt politicians and oligarchs. He dismisses all the efforts underway here to form a transitional council that will govern Haiti. Inside his territory, despite the poverty, life is relatively peaceful and organised. Unlike in much of Port-au-Prince, queues for food Barbecue gets brought in are orderly. Usually it's chaos. But here people wait, knowing that there are enough supplies for the whole community. And this is a source of Barbecue's strength. To the outside world, he may be a gangster, but here he's a sort of Robin Hood.
Okay, so he's saying to you, I'm going to get this guy. I'm going to capture or I'm going to kill.
Of course, Candace literally showed a video of Jimmy Barbecue that was in Jimmy Barbecue's favor. That's kind of hilarious. You know what I mean?
You say, not with my weapon, actually. And let's talk about school resource officers. What happens next?
Well, right after the Jimmy Barbecue, that's when I brought it back to the watermelons, and he seemed to agree. Kind of
So here.
reluctant, in an annoyed manner, like, why are you questioning me?
Mm.
Maybe he was testing me. I don't know. I don't know what his intentions were. I just know what was said to me. So I didn't have a concern at that point, though, because he's like, yeah, we could do the watermelon. It's not a bad
Probably
idea.
his cat.
And so
You know?
from there, I left the gun with him, and there was no discussion about schools, or maybe there was, and it was just kind of like just nothing was. Yeah, we're still on board with the mission, but I'm dealing with this and that, and I got this mission coming up, and just never went anywhere. So yeah, we left, and then there was I know there was another. I skipped over a meeting. I went in June.
Mhm.
The June meeting is the one I don't really remember what I did. I know I went alone, but I don't remember. I didn't deliver anything.
I just don't know what I was even doing there. I went on a big trip talking about, my business, specifically with Victor Marks. Don't remember a dang old thing. How's that memory coming along, Candace?
As far as I remember. But there was a June trip that I made, and the August one I do remember specifically. There was text messages surrounding it that I was able to reference against. So then in November, then he comes to Texas to my facility, and so the intent is that we're going to tour the shop. He had a couple fly him down on their private plane, and I picked them up from the airport, and we went to the shop and toured the shop. And during that tour, pretty early on, he was there for probably four-ish hours. And when we got alone on the shop floor in between the machines, he's like, "Hey, I still got this Haiti stuff going on, and I need 50 guns to take and drop off in Haiti." And I said, "Well, that's a embargo country, so I've exported guns by this point to many different countries, and I know the process, and it's not easy."
So why didn't he mention this the first time to Victor? It's kind of weird, right? Like, why didn't he be like, "Hey, look, I can't send this over with you to Haiti because of the embargo"? Instead, he says he stood up to Victor and was like, "No, I'm not going to leave this here with you if you're going to do that." But instead, he doesn't explain, like, "Sir, I can't let this go over to Haiti because I will literally get in trouble. This has serial. I got to serial this firearm, and if, it gets caught over there, and it's an embargo country, I literally could get tried for treason." You know what I mean? We can't do that. I think he could get charged for treason. Maybe they're a little nicer about that, of, smuggling goods from the U.S. to embargoed countries. But, why not use that? You know what I mean? Only here for chat because this guy's boring. It's tough to get through, guys. I'm sorry. I'll try to make this as entertaining as I possibly can. Like, this story does drag. It gets a lot better, like, right about here at 2 hours in or so. But you'll see.
Easy every time.
Sorry, guys.
Anytime, really. And I just knew that Haiti wasn't on that list, on the approved export list. So I was like, nah, I can't do that one because, like, Haiti's like the last place they're going to let me export guns. Probably the last place. And so I said, I suggest you don't do that with any other firearms either. I'm assuming that he just doesn't
you guys
know
are the best. Thank you,
export laws.
Nikki.
Mhm.
Why am I assuming this? I don't know. But he's a high-risk humanitarian abroad. He's been to all these other countries, done operations in. Hindsight 2020. Of course he knew that you can't take guns and drop them off into Haiti.
Did you, and I'm sorry to cut you off here, but I have a question about that. The other countries he had visited, did he ever give you again the context? Because I'm just going in my own point of reference. My priest was like, yeah, and I did these high risk humanitarian things. What's your background? How are you getting on these missions? Who are you working for? Did he ever give you that context or just, okay, so that might have
No.
been why I didn't really flag you that he was going to Haiti because it was kind of a part of something that you knew he had done or he says he has done in many other countries.
Yeah, and then, there was already the visit before that there was Haiti discussions and told me about the orphanage, told me about Jimmy Barbecue and the gang violence that was around. So I kind of knew the context already. It's just like, okay, well, I've already told you no once, and then you're bringing me something that's even, because I suppose if you have whatever license or approval, State Department or whatever kind of approval it is, where you can go as a private citizen with your own gun and get out, do your thing, and keep your gun on you. I suppose that's a legal thing. I would have to research that, but it seems to be that that's a thing that is done commonly. Um, but leaving guns, I know you can't do that. Not in Haiti.
Yeah, I think that's called weapons trafficking, but I'm
Yep.
not positive.
Yep. So told him no.
So he's totally
told him,
saying
no,
that it's possible that he could have actually gotten those there with the United States approval and stuff like that, but it was just like, nope, I'm not going to let this happen at all. Like, that's kind of weird. Like, why are you getting so involved with that specifically? Like, once you sell it, it's kind of private property. So I don't know. It's weird. Sorry, I could not mute that quick enough. Oh no, Urban, I'm just saying. I know you weren't giving me shade. This is a boring interview. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? I am fully aware you're speaking truth. It really does. This interview does suck. I'm not gonna lie. It's not great. So I
Other
understand.
manufacturer and
No worries.
getting 50, and I'm trying to look out for you, Pops. Listen to me. So I also told him that, if you place an order for 50 guns with my wife next week, can't sell you the guns because I already know now. So, like,
It's just such a weird thing. Like, I don't know. I understand to a degree holding on to principles. I'm not gonna knock this guy for having principles. Okay, I'm not. That's okay. Where I am gonna draw the line though is like, why in the world? Now that he knows, okay, if you try to fulfill this order, okay, well, when he comes back, he literally is gonna try and place another order, and then he's gonna get turned down again. And then this guy's getting up. You'll just see how little sense this makes. It's really frustrating. We'll get to the part where he's struggling business-wise and is running to Victor Marx for help, but he keeps refusing to sell the man firearms. It doesn't make sense.
talk about this anymore. Like, okay, I'll figure it out.
His
What did he
factory
say
is
he wanted
based
to
in
do with
East
who was
Texas,
he
by the
talking
way.
this gun?
And actually, I'll link it. If you guys even, I'm not going to knock this guy. Like, this guy makes crazy. Oh, I spec'd it out. The most expensive rifle I can build here is $5,651, by the way. It's got a crazy scope on it. That's only a $1,200 scope. So knowing that he put a $5,000 scope on it, that automatically means that this firearm was at a bare minimum of 10 grand. Let me see if I can find, yeah. So here you go. It does this, and it folds up to like super small. This is a much bigger one. I got it in 5.56 because that's more expensive. Apparently going 300 blackout is less expensive in general. 300 blackout, 4,700. 7.62, shockingly, is 4,800. And then going 350 legend is 4,700. So I'll be honest, I'm not sure why 5.56 is more expensive. 5,600, almost $1,000 more. That's odd, right? I don't know. I actually expected it to be around the same price. So it's interesting. But yeah, that's the full build. It's got a flashlight up at the front. It's got a grip. I got the scope. I got every single thing that this could come with on the bill. So yeah, it really does go to show that this would be a very expensive build with the carbon fiber barrel, as well as a what's it called? $5,000 scope. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, anyway, this is cool. It's fold AR. I don't know. I'm not going to knock it. I'm not going to sit here and say it's a bad product and don't buy it. I mean, you guys may be interested in this for sure. It's definitely the only foldable firearm. So, I don't know.
Guns off for
Just wanted to point it out there.
All I was told it was for protection of the orphanage.
Yeah, is he a gun runner or not? That's what's weird.
And you don't know what they're protecting.
I don't know any details about it other than I was told it was a 200-acre property. I don't know if that's true or not.
Mm-hmm.
I was told that there was a tower in the middle of it and a pretty tall fence around the perimeter of it.
Okay.
Wasn't told how many kids are there or who mans it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just other than them needing a long range, we make a propaganda video and then the 50 to do, I'm not sure.
Okay. What happens next?
Well, that's not the most dramatic or juicy portion of the story, but
Remind me, because I'm taking some notes on what you're saying, so I do have some questions I'm going to want to come back to, but go ahead.
yeah, no problem. So there was not another meeting until the final meeting, which was in early April.
Okay.
So I'm thinking if this is the right one, he's saying nothing really juicy happened, and then Candace has to remind him something juicy did happen. So we'll see if this is the right one.
And so the context around this meeting was multifaceted.
Are we in Colorado?
Yeah, in Colorado. And I would drive up there again, and it was by myself. The context around this meeting was, like I said, multifaceted. It was issues between me and my spouse. We were talking about biblical things, relationship. I mean, he was mentoring me, what I viewed to be mentoring at the time, during this whole relationship, and things were starting to pile up in April, so Trump got elected in November of 24, and in the gun industry, we have what's called the Trump slump. Anytime a Republican is elected, then the demand for firearms goes down.
So this is what's funny. Candace could have said, oh, we know the Trump slump, because that's what happens every time with politics too. My channel included. This last January, and even actually this January, every January is the slowest possible month when it comes to politics. Because every January, you're usually kind of coming off the back of something political for the most part. And then it's just dead. It's just dead in the water. And it's cold outside. So nothing's really going on. You know what I mean? It's like the coldest month next to February for most places. But like overall in the United States, January is pretty much the coldest month. And so nobody's doing crap. It sucks. It's a slump for almost everyone.
So things get pretty tough. You have to pivot as a manufacturer to survive in that environment. And we didn't have the resources to pivot, and it was getting tough. Yeah, actually, I forget. We went to SHOT Show again in January of 25, and that could have possibly been a February year, but I believe it was January 25. And so it was our anniversary. It was pretty rough because sales were already going down, and
So you decided to spend more money by going out to a very, very expensive, the most expensive firearm show in the world. Literally. Like, I mean, that's the silly thing. It's like silly things like that probably contributed to this whole spiral, and he's kind of blaming Victor for it. I say, yeah, Victor. Yeah.
And just to be honest, I was struggling with substance abuse with THC.
Well, here we go.
Gummies or vapes.
Okay.
Yep.
How often? Like just like kind of living high? Like
No, well, yeah, daily, but
gummies, popping gummies.
Now, I'm not going to knock him for this, because as far as I'm concerned, this is about equal as alcohol. But listen to what Candace Owens gets him to admit.
yeah.
Okay. Any other stronger substances?
Yeah.
Okay.
She just gets him to just admit it, but he won't tell us what it is. But come on, listen to this.
Are you
And-
drinking too?
No, not drinking.
Okay.
So, what we talking about? Pills? Booger sugar? Using needles? Like, what are we talking about? Like, can't even make this stuff up. Good job, Candace. Just throw that out there for him. Don't even have any respect for your guest at all.
Your THC.
Yeah. That's, I'd done that since 2020.
I think you sent me a thing, and like you and your
Yeah.
wife both smoked pot. Like you were both THC users, so to speak. I guess we'll focus more on you, but I'm just saying, like, this was something that was already known to the Marks family, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm asking more
Yeah.
broadly.
Yeah. Yeah. And, anxiety
Mhm.
issues with the past. I didn't want to get on any SSRIs or anything like that again. And weed, as long as I moderated, it was a pretty good,
I love my Aussie. Thank you so much for that 5. No, Artie, this is a this is false. We cannot command angels. It's a prime example of taking scripture out of context. I mean, yeah, it could be. I mean, I understand when some people interpret things a little differently, and obviously it's not like the mainstream thing. So, I'm not inclined to believe it, but, I keep the possibility open just in case, I mean, I'm not a biblical expert by any means, so there's that. But, I give some benefit of the doubt in the sense that maybe somebody could even misunderstand the text as well and be trying to use it from a good place, you know what I mean? Thinking that, hey, this is what it says. I mean, fools are okay. You know what I mean? Fools are okay. I don't think God condemns fools per se in the same way that he condemns people who maliciously, do things that they know they can't do. I mean, at least that's what I would think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Regulator of anxiety for me, as long as I didn't go overboard with it. But it became, one of those dependency things. You just got to have a little bit more, and then you get kind of dependent on it. And, but now I had needed to pivot, 2024, the end of 2024, early 2025, we needed to pivot, and I wasn't able to do it. Like, I was functionally in decline. And, the ATP thing wasn't helping. The signature series, we did sell some of them, but it wasn't, just like skyrocketing business or anything.
So you now got the added financial pressure, which is what causes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so, and interestingly enough, with my wife's involvement, the prior 3 years, we made the Inc. 5000 list in 25. Although, like, it was just, we got the notice in, she had worked so hard on it. And, with her in the CEO position, we had increased our revenue by 350%
Wow.
in the prior 3 years. So we earned 1608 position in the country. And
Thank you for being here, Wombat. Enjoy the Bible study. We'll see you here later. Genuinely, thank you for being here, though.
60th fastest manufacturer and first
Yeah, it
in
won't
the
let you tag
region,
people on
fastest
phone
growing
for some
company in the
reason.
region.
I hate
Wow,
it.
we're like, oh man, we're tanking fast.
How we're gonna keep the lights on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, this is all building up on me, and I'm again going back to Victor and one of his guys, Chaz, for any kind of support. More so, like, help me figure out. Number one, I'm ready to get off of THC because I got to make this pivot, and I've got to, like, bring my high functioning self back.
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't any help there. Maybe a couple nudges here and there, but and there's a text message history that I've gone through recently, and it makes sense now. All of it makes sense.
A
But
text message chain between you and.
He didn't even tell us what he tried to do to help him get off the stuff. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I kind of just nudged here and there. It's like, what does that even mean? Can you give specifics? But, like, I feel like if this guy went into detail, it would have been a lot more done for him than what he's describing. That's just how I feel about it, because I don't know. But it's just like, he just kind of goes, it kind of happened. And then we'll get to the text message at least.
Victor
and Chaz,
who is, just so my audience is aware, Chaz is his COO.
COO.
Victor Marks is COO of All Things Possible.
Right.
Okay. And
Yeah.
what is it about that text chain that makes sense? Because you've mentioned it, so I think we want to, like, it retro hindsight is 2020, but what element makes sense? Like, you're looking at this message, you're going, aha, what?
Well, there was a point in there, and I don't remember which month it was, but I was in a suicide crisis for a moment, and my message.
This dude just seems stable. Just seems completely stable. I don't know, just pointing that out there.
To
Not being
Victor
mean,
was, hey,
not trying to be mean. But whenever you come out here and you tell me, oh, I was doing all these drugs, and oh, things that were harder than THC, and I was also very much at the end of my rope, quite literally, like, holy cow, and then you want me to take your word for everything you're saying, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know.
I'm in the parking lot of Walmart, and I had bought this life insurance policy.
Now, there are many times where I've sat in the parking lot of Walmart and just thought, man, this place sucks so bad, I'm just, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I relate with the Walmart.
Like 7 years prior, and I shopped around for one that had a suicide allowance in it for that specific reason. And I knew, I was sitting in that parking lot, I was crying, and said, God's telling me that if I do this, he's not going to take me. So, Victor's response is, well, of course, don't do that. The lawyers, they'll always find a loophole. Okay. And the next message is, well, I can just have you disappeared. I can have you knocked off.
Why did they cut the contact? I feel like they cut the fake contact out because they ultimately decided they didn't want to get sued. I don't think he said this because the last message they showed, it showed a clear Victor Marks contact. Now it's cut off. Why? So he said, yet I can only sit here in the Walmart parking lot crying and praising God that he revealed to me that he won't take me if I do that. So he's already coming off of the entire, like, I was sitting here on Walmart thinking this, but God came to me and told me, don't do this. So he's praising God here, saying that he revealed to me he won't take me that, and, talking him to his senses. So he's already out. He's already talked off the ledge. Interesting, right? They left that context out. Then it's, don't risk ending yourself. You know how lawyers are. They'll find a loophole. Ha 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 ha. I can always have you knocked off or make you go missing. You may have to pretend to be an ugly female banana plantation worker for 12 to 24 months in South America. Like, doesn't even make sense. Now, maybe this was a legitimate message, but how am I supposed to know when for some reason you cut all the context out and cut the contact out, but you didn't in the last text message you showed? Why? It's an interesting choice, isn't it? Just knocks down the credibility like crazy.
I can have you knocked off or disappeared to a banana plantation in South America.
I'm just glad they didn't say whacked instead of knocked. You know what I mean? Because I would be rolling right now if that happened.
So you're in the parking lot, you've said that, you're going through the suicide crisis, and that's what he comes back with. And this is supposed to be your minister, pastor, spiritual director. Wow. Also want to tell you guys about active skin repair, because when it comes to my kids and family, I don't take chances with
Oh, good Lord. Wait, what? She said something at the end of there that I think I wanted to hear.
spiritual director. Wow.
Nope, maybe it wasn't that one. It's the next batch of commercials. She gets a lot of commercials in this. There's like 7 or 8, I think. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
I'm encouraging you to talk about this is because he will use this against you. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
also just want to say to you, like, you shouldn't feel weird about that. That's the number one reason that men commit suicide. This is why men have a higher suicide rate than women. The financial pressure, the stress of finances is, there are going to be so many men watching this that can relate to that. And so when you kind of keep that inside and like, I'm sure like, oh, I feel ashamed, like all of that stuff. This is, I feel like, why he was able to manipulate you and why he's so like, well, he's got mental health issues. And first off, knowing that this man is supposed to be your spiritual director, like mine's obviously my priest in London. I couldn't imagine my priest going on an Instagram live, no matter what happens. Like, if I leave the Catholic Church and I become the enemy of the Catholic Church, there is something that is so violating about him coming out and saying like, it might, like, you're actually going to who you're supposed to go to, right? And obviously you're Protestant, so you're thinking, this guy's telling me he's a pastor, he married me, like this is the person, when I am thinking I want to kill myself, that I should be able to lock this into a box and he's going to talk me through this and remind me that financial pressure comes and goes. Like, I remember having $9 in my bank account and like sleeping in my car. The feeling of that financial anxiety and what that can do, it can be so crippling. And he's just using it against you. But
And with knowledge that I was on THC, I was very open about it and asking for help.
for help. So this becomes sort of this entry point of how he's just on the radio right now. Like, well, he's got mental health issues and
Yeah.
well, try being broke and trying to figure everything out. And I think everybody develops a little bit of a mental health issue.
Right.
So I just wanted to just give you,
Yeah,
let
just
you know
for-
that that's not something that he shouldn't have made you feel about that the way
Yeah.
he made you feel about it.
I guess in his mind he was joking, but looking back at the totality of circumstances, it was something else going on there. And
He didn't call you.
I mean, was there something else going on there? What else was going on there? Like, genuinely, what are you trying to like insinuate? Like, that doesn't make much sense to me. I don't know. This is just really, really weird, right? I don't know. It doesn't make much sense. And then also going through it all too, he's even trying to kind of justify it. So it's like there's some sort of little bit of guilt there or something. Like, why are you trying to justify this message the way it is? Oh, I think he just thought he was joking maybe or something like that. And, like, why? If you don't think that it was a joke. I don't know. It's interesting. To me, it seems like a little bit of guilt there that message got out when it probably isn't real. And the reason why I say it's not real is why would you cut it up like that when the last one showed the contact?
I mean, I just think that, like, if somebody texted me and said, "Hey, I'm in a parking lot and, like, I'm thinking about killing myself," my instinct would be to call,
Yeah.
not to text.
And I'll just go to say, though, that, I was being told that you can't do this because God won't take you. So I'm telling him at the same time, these are thoughts going through my head, but I'm not going to do it because, it's not.
And now he reaffirms to Candace, actually, I did tell him that, I was pretty much talked off the cliff by God, Like, it's kind of a weird doublespeak. It's like, oh, I came to him for help, but also I came to him after I already received help. It just doesn't line up very well.
It's not going to work out well for me, if you know what I mean. But yeah, the response was he didn't call. And the response was, looking back on it, it was manipulative. Now, for the record,
How is it manipulative, though? What did he manipulate you into doing? What was he trying to get you to do?
after having studied scripture as much as I have since this time period forward, um, I'm not suicidal. Put that on the record.
Wait, who's BF? Because when I see that, I think boyfriend. So what are you talking about, Madness? So watch it after stream from Detoxic. Yeah, maybe so. Who's BF though? Is it hold on, let me pull this up.
And I will not kill
But
myself,
here's
and
my
I'm not
idea.
having suicidal
Oh!
thoughts. So
You got
Pretty bad.
intoxicating.
You were having a low moment
Yep. Yep.
and looking for a
Wait,
friend,
who's BF
Mhm.
there?
a spiritual director.
Yep.
A lot going on. Yeah.
That's my channel.
And I'm off substances.
Thank
You
you.
know, I was able to. I did get off a month before. So in February, I stopped THC in February of 25.
Mhm.
So that's a year and a few months ago. And it took a while to detox from that. But yeah, I returned to my normal.
Oh, best friend. I don't know what I'm thinking, man. Every time I see BF, I just think boyfriend or something just silly. My
high
bad.
functioning self.
Mhm.
I would say it took probably 9 months to fully.
I appreciate it,
come back.
Madness.
So skipping over a bunch of time there, there was a visit coming up in April, so this was still compounding. Got rid of the THC in February-ish, but withdrawals are starting leading up to April. And I'm still, I'm having issues during this withdrawal cycle. And I tell Victor that, I'm separating from my wife.
Financial issues, marital issues kind of
Mhm.
tends to go hand in hand. I think it's the number
Yeah.
one reason for divorce.
Yeah, it is. At least in my experience. But
You got a little bit.
Oh, I think it is. Well, Candace, I guess you'll never have to experience the whole financial issues, right? Being married to one of the richest people on the planet.
Of experience.
got a little bit. So he says, I'll fly.
So he said that it took him 9 months to completely detox off of that, by the way. Just letting you know, to detox off of THC took him 9 months. I know a lot of people who do that stuff. A lot of people. It's very popular here in Oklahoma, I can tell you that. And I have never once seen anybody withdraw, nor have I heard of anybody go, oh my gosh, I can't handle this withdrawal symptoms. It's like, what? Dude was not withdrawing on THC. I could tell you that. He absolutely was not. Like, that's just a stretch, It's like detoxing off of alcohol, which is bad. It's called delirium. Well, not called delirium tremens. You can enter delirium tremens from it, but it's bad. But it's also very instant, and it's also very much quick to kind of get over. It's like a 2.5 week period. You know what I mean? 9 months for THC, though. That's a new one that I've never, ever, ever heard of before. Just saying.
beer. And I don't fly up there. Don't fly very much at all. So I drove up there, and when I arrive, and I guess let me fill in the gap here.
Yeah, I would tell you this. All the leftists that are on Candace Owens' page probably checked out from this video. And at this point, they're probably like, oh, this guy's full of it.
So again, spiritual mentor relationship. At this point, I'm off THC. I'm in the Bible, just studying the heck out of it. at the same time, I'm supposed to be pivoting my business to figure out how to survive in this new market. And a lot going on. And as I'm doing more research in the Bible, I'm also
Oh, I believe it, Travis, like for sure. But he's talking about like withdrawal symptoms that were hitting him and stuff. It's odd.
seeing things that don't look right. And so, and I'm particularly interested in at this time in deceptive Christianity. And so I come across some what I consider to be false spiritual leaders in the Christian quote unquote movement. And I'm telling Victor about what I'm finding. And he wants me to talk to Chaz about those things. So I'm talking to Chaz too and sending him what I'm finding. And to them, I look like I'm kind of in a panic mood of discovery, and they're not really responsive, but they're just in their mind, they're like, okay, Corby's going through all this stress, and he's talking about separating from his wife, and he's coming off of THC, and we just need him here.
Yeah, sorry, I am having to fill in a lot of gaps in the chat because this interview, man, it just drags and drags and drags. I was at work listening to this, and thank God that I had nothing better to do.
And so, I get there, Colorado Springs, go up at the hotel and pretty late at night, and they meet me at the hotel, and we sit down at one of the dining tables, and I noticed they got bulletproof vests on. And once we sat down, I tapped on Victor's chest where it was, and he's like, "Yeah, we just got these in, and I'm breaking them in." I was like, "Oh, cool." It's like
Oh, cool. Just walks up to a random man's chest and, I mean, not that he was random, but it is funny to just walk up and be like, "Hi, man, how's it going?" Start just grabbing his chest. For some reason, that's just really funny to me.
cool. And he kind of shakes it around. He's like, "Yeah, this thing is a little bit stiff right now, but it's a really nice vest." Like, okay, not thinking it.
The way this dude phrases words was really stiff, and he started shaking it around. It was like, "Yeah, I'm trying to break it." It's really stiff right now. It's so funny to say, though.
Anything. I'm not thinking, well,
God.
we'll get there, I guess.
Oh,
So they can tell I'm just worn out. I'm drained. And Victor says, well, it kind of tells me what we're going to do the next day, and says that we're going to do another retooling prayer. And I said, I was respectful. And I looked at him and I said, no, I'm not doing another retooling prayer. I've figured out how to get rid of my own sin. And so if I was to just keep coming back to you for deliverance, then that would be me making an idol of you. And that would be worshiping you.
I mean, it's not exactly right. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not going to a preacher for prayers and stuff like that, pastor, anybody like that. That's not making an idol out of somebody. Like, that's just a weird way to go. I mean, I can understand if you genuinely are making an idol out of him, but is that what you were doing? Like, you have a choice. You don't have to do that. Nobody's making you do that.
And I could see the grin on his face, like he was annoyed, but it was concealed enough that he brushed it off, didn't snap back or anything, didn't say any kind of snarky comment back, and he just took it. And so then he was telling me about what they were doing that day, and it was some kind of big event. I didn't look it up, but what I heard was there was 3,500 men there, and it was kind of like some kind of spiritual manly macho-ness of learning how to be warriors for Christ or warriors for God or something like that. And
Men's retreat.
yeah.
Who was the one guy that was on Timcast all the time with the gray beard that would always do the men's retreat though? That's who I think that he was what he was going to for some reason. It'd be very funny. Very, very funny if he ended up at that guy's camp or something.
They all veterans, do you know?
I'm not sure.
I'm getting a call from my parents actually. Hold on one second, guys. I started blowing up my phone. It was just pretty much to warn me of tornadoes possible tonight and whatnot. And I'm like, I'm aware. I never miss. I never miss whenever it's tornadic, and you guys saw at the beginning of the stream whenever it said a tornado watch on X trending. So it's like, I'm not gonna miss it. Don't worry. I am very much aware of the weather. The weather is well, let's just say I don't really like it when it gets like this. Gives me the anxieties.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, he told me about a board meeting. Well, he was talking to Chaz, really, but sitting right there. And he told me about some of the people that were in this board meeting. Perhaps it was like part all in and part in person, but he was telling me some of the people that were part of this. And the name that come up was Lance Wallnow and Rex Green. And, those are two people that I had already seen and discovered that they were part of this prosperity gospel, ultra charismatic type movement.
NARS.
Yeah, I do need to get a shelter. I genuinely do need to get one. We don't have one in this house, so, I always take that risk. Probably need to get one before too long.
NAR.
New Apostolic Reformation. It's come up in my research about German.
Yeah.
Yep.
So again, I'm thinking, hey, I'm going to do this dude a favor and kind of point these things out to him. These, the doctrine that these people are preaching, like I'm doing Victor a favor. And so I'm at the hotel. I'm in my room at that point. Chaz is down the hallway from me. And, I'm sending Chaz all this stuff. Chaz, look at this guy. Look what he's teaching, 7 Mountain Mandate. Like what? We are not here to make the world suitable for Jesus Christ to return. It like that. That's not how it goes. Taking over pillars of society. Are you kidding me? Like, what are y'all doing in
I mean, do you know if that's how it goes? It doesn't explicitly say exactly how it's going to happen. It just says it is going to happen. Like, I don't know. If they're going to go in there and do it themselves and be like, this is a self-fulfilling prophecy that we must do. I'm sure if it's not supposed to go down that way, then it's not going to go as planned, is it? And rebuilding the 13th temple isn't going to actually lead to the birth of the Antichrist or anything like that. And it's not really going to go down that way, right? I don't know. You're saying that's not the way it works, and yet it may be the way it actually works. Like, what evidence do you have to the contrary? It may be that it doesn't go the way we plan at all. It may not be coming for another 3,000 years. And for all we know, this whole entire rebuilding of the 13th temple could actually turn out to be crazy governments that are like, hey, let's actually test this and debunk Christianity, right? And that's what all of this could actually end up being here. And then it actually turns out that it's like, well, God's not going to respond to that because it was never meant to be that way. Again, third temple. I don't know why I said 13. 13th temple. 13th temple would sound pretty cool. That'd be a cool band name, the 13th temple or something like that. But anyway, you see what I'm saying. Actually you can so Jake, you can in Oklahoma. So there is that. There is absolutely that. There was mailed to every mailbox that the Supreme Court ended up ruling on that one. The Supreme Court of Oklahoma, that is. Not the federal Supreme Court. But, at the end of the day, Trump apparently is reclassifying MJ down to, what's it called? I think it's class 3 is the misdemeanor?
Organizations with these people. And so basically no responses.
You kicked the hornet's nest with that one.
It.
Real good.
Yeah, I did.
Little did you know.
Little. Very little.
Wait, by kicking how did he kick the hornet's nest there? I want to know. Let's see. Go back
with these people. And so basically no responses.
You kicked the hornet's nest.
Okay.
That's not how
What?
So teaching 7 Mountain Mandate. Like what? We are not here to make the world suitable for Jesus Christ to return.
Oh, so he told him this. Okay.
That's not how it goes. Taking over pillars of society. Are you kidding me? Like, what are y'all doing in organizations with these people? And so basically no responses.
You kicked the hornet's nest with that one.
It.
Yeah,
Real
it's
good.
Yeah, I did.
at least 10 per town and then everywhere throughout the outskirts. That's how many there are in Oklahoma.
Little did you know.
Little, very little. So I go to Victor's the next day. I'm not doing any retooling prayer. So we're going to
Our
basically do
dog
a
wants to go
detox
outside.
regimen and walk around his track and, talk about all the things that I've been wanting to talk about. And he wasn't really wanting to hear any of it. So, we would just kind of shift from subject to subject. We would talk about end times, prophecy, and we'd talk about marriage. Um, and it's not to say that all of that
I bet he
advice that
regrets
he
his
gave me was
bargain with
bad. It wasn't.
Candace.
It was a mixture. It was a mixture of good advice and like, what are you thinking? Like, we're still talking about guns to Haiti.
He brought it up again.
No,
Yeah.
it was just being facetious, but it
Very good joke.
was like that. It was always, okay, what's my next
It
mission?
reminds you, did you just tell a joke? What was that? Is that Waterboy?
And, when can we get some more guns? Or, well, the bigger topic was selling the business or getting an investor. And actually, backing up, probably back in December, we had talked about, hey, we need an investor, we need to sell the business. It was probably January, actually. So we need to sell the business. I'm having the suicidal issue, I'm having the this and the that issue, and hey, this is time for me to move along and figure something else out. Let's get somebody to invest or take it over. And
Okay,
so
there
we
you
had
go.
built up an investment package and emailed financials, and Victor said that he had people looking at it and, like a $20 million valuation for the business and patent. And, I was all about it, just sell it and like axe for a bit. I mean, this has
Makes sense to me. Is there any proof that he gave you a 20 mil evaluation at all, or no?
been almost 19 years of craziness.
Mm.
Just to tell you, Candace, this story with Victor is not even the craziest thing that's happened in my life related to this business. It's not, but it's right on up there.
What was the craziest thing? I'm dying to know. Because if this isn't crazy, like, I don't know, this is weird.
So yeah, I'm there for, hey, let's talk about the business too. I got all this other stuff I want to talk about, but we got 4 days here. I ended up saying 3.
Mhm.
Did not stay the 4th day, but we're talking about everything. And so as we're going with this conversation, well, this first day was detox, like I said. He put me in this sauna that had like this light thing, frequency thing, and it had all these colors on it. And it was already clicking, like everything's clicking for me. I'm recognizing.
Yeah, there's red light, blue light, and UV light, purple light, So, yeah. Yep, they have those. Those are saunas that have existed for like 10 years now.
Stuff at this point. And I look at it and it's like got all these frequencies that you can select for healing certain issues with the body or mental or whatever. And it's a sauna. You just get in it and turn to the light frequency you want and sit in there for a while. In my mind, I'm going like, dang, that's new age. Like light frequencies to heal. Like, why are we doing this? Things are starting to click a little bit more.
We found out that light frequencies are good when we're exposed to them. It's kind of like, going out in the sun, but you can isolate certain like frequencies from light. So like, I don't know, like red light therapy apparently is really, really, really good for your skin because it's like light exposure without like overexposure. So that's why red light's like used. I don't know if you can overexpose yourself to red light. I'm sure if you stay in it long enough, you genuinely could. But it's supposed to be like good for you, apparently. I don't know all the things about it, so I'm not going to recommend it per se. I've never done it myself, but I know that I've heard it many, many times. These red light therapies that you can buy for like $75, like a red light sauna, that pitches up like a tent, And apparently you can have one at your house. Maybe I should invest in one. I don't know. Maybe they're worth it. Maybe they're not. But yeah, I mean, it's like, what are you freaking out about this for? He's like thinking that the sauna is like demonic.
Anyways, I get in it, whatever. I'm trying not to be rude. I'm just trying to survive this trip. And so I do that. We do some exercises. We walk, we talk. Victor goes and does some other stuff on the property. And I think he left the property a couple of times and left me with Jazz, and the bodyguard was there the whole time, like within a few paces of me. If we were walking, he was walking behind us.
Mm.
And everybody has their bulletproof vests on. I don't see Eileen anywhere the whole time. And so the third day is where most of the weirdness starts coming in.
Now, this is very important because Candace is going to have to remind this guy of the biggest detail of that day. Apparently, you do have to have a good memory to remember the truth. It's funny how this works.
And showing itself. And so third day, we're walking around the track, and he's telling me that we're talking about business at this point. And he tells me that, well, 6 hours is going to be involved in this acquisition, but he didn't want to say details. Like, okay, well, they're a big company. They can afford it. It'd probably be a good technology for them. And I know that they're in law enforcement, so they'd be down with the school resource officer mission, surely. That was a condition was, hey, SROs, you got to be committed to that. And then, enough money to where, not that we didn't have to work, but that we wouldn't have to run the business. And we would have breathing space to not have to work, a regular job if we didn't want to. And not necessarily for the rest of our life, but just like good breathing space.
Mm.
That was the condition.
Apparently, that's $20 million. I would never need that much money to not ever have to work again. You know what I mean? It would, for me, honestly, it would probably be $3 million. I think I could get away with never having to work again and being able to have all my debts paid off and live a decent lifestyle on some land. That's it. Because the only thing I need, what I'd love to do, I drive a 2000 Chevy 1500. I would get that whole thing just redone. Don't even want a new car. I'd get a new motor, get a new transmission, and I would get the entire interior just completely stripped out and redone. Everything. Maybe even get a new paint job. That's what I would want. Don't need a 2012, don't need a 2015, don't need a 2023 vehicle. I'm good on that. I would just get that rebuilt and I would get an awesome paint job. That's it. And then I would have a house that's about 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. And then if I really want to be bougie, have 1,000 square foot off building for a studio where I could run my entire podcast out of and have like a nice little game room and just enough space to put all my amps and stuff. That to me, plus like 100 acres to 1,000 acres, as much land as I could possibly buy, is all I would need. And all of that is still under $1.5 million. All of that, and all of it being paid off. Another $500,000 to $1 million probably would pay for all my property taxes and all my groceries and stuff like that for the rest of my life. That's all I need. And it's funny because before 2020, before COVID and all that, it was actually closer to like $500,000 to $1 million to do all that. So after, post-COVID, now it's like 1.5 to 2. So you literally, I think life pretty much doubled on livelihood, It really did. Like every price is just doubled on everything. But yeah, I mean, that's it. That is literally it. And this dude's like, can't live comfortably off of like, well, what's coming up?
Which is kind of wide open, right? And so he tells me that 6 hours involved. He tells me that Daniel Horner got one of my full ARs and who's the top shooter in the world that shoots for SIG. He got a full AR and he gave it the thumbs up to Victor, who Victor represented, had a personal relationship with him. So like everything's falling into place and I'm kind of, this could be a good thing. And then Victor tells me what he really wants to do. And like, tells me, 51%, and we could only come up with a valuation of $2 million. And
It's just so crazy.
just
Now that is way lower than 20 million, obviously. But he gets to own 49% of the company, or did he get to own 51%? I wasn't actually entirely sure. And, whoa. What the heck? Whew. Thought he was fixing to fly through the window. Nobody's even out there. Jeez.
for transparency, I put $2 million
Raising two girls, it'll cost more. Okay, that's fair, but that also will be kind of their problem.
It's just a
That's
it's
funny,
mind-boggling
though.
to even try it, but
Yeah.
he must really think that you were under his spell.
Well,
Hey, thank you, Nikki.
Well, I was coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And
So he
could be
really does believe that there was a spell on him, but he never really says it. That's kind of funny.
said that I'm not fully out of it even today. But yeah, 2 million valuation, and he wanted 51%, which meant
He's still slightly under the spell, though.
that he was going to put a little over $1 million in and take control of the company. And I said, well, you know, the money really isn't the biggest. It is a big issue, but like the money isn't the biggest issue. It is the 51%, and you're wanting the patent.
Okay, 51% obviously not going to him, but they get the patent. You still get 49% of the company and $2 million on top of that. I mean, shoot, that sounds like to me you're willing, like that's quite a few $1 million that you'd actually end up making before all this is over. Do you really need more than that? I don't know. To like, and the thing about it is sure, he deserves to get more and all that, but using his own words that he only wants to have enough to where he doesn't have to work anymore. How would you need more than like $4 million? I don't understand that. Like, for real?
I didn't say no, though. Didn't say no. So my response was, well, you're too busy. And he said, well, yeah, I am busy.
Hey, Candace is always winning. Haley, I don't know what you're talking about. Candace hasn't backed a single claim she's made yet.
But,
not a single claim.
With my connection, then this and that you'll be able to manufacture without so much stress. And, we'll be behind you for funding, essentially, but, not really disclosing what that meant. So I've been down this road before.
That meant if you need more money, they could probably loan you more money. It seems pretty straightforward when he meant finance it or whatnot. Or is that what he said, finance?
And, we'll be behind you for funding.
Funding. Same thing. Funding, financing, whatever. Probably loans. Doesn't seem like it's too crazy.
Essentially, but, not really disclosing.
So most investors do.
So I've been down this road before. So again, I didn't reject it, and we went for another walk. And so we just continued talking about it. I remember one thing, what I was wanting to do, and me and my wife were wanting to do, was be a part of the actual mission. Like in our minds, we were thinking, if we're not working the company nonstop, then we want to be part of the mission, the ATP mission. Like, where do we fit in?
Mm.
And they said, well, your wife, that's an easy, we got orphanages, like it'd be perfect for her. But for you, like, you're just such an outlier. I don't really know. I'm not saying you don't fit anywhere. It's just like would have to figure that out. Like, okay, well, keep talking then. And so we're walking around the track up at the top where there's this camera tower.
Okay.
And, we're walking and he's saying, well, Israel needs your guns. And that's when he stops walking. I stop. And then he tells
Yeah, we know the feds are crooks. I mean, that's obvious. Like, the feds literally tried to have Trump whacked. The feds literally tried to impeach Trump several times, and they also tried to get him on false felony charges. They also did the Steele dossier. I mean, we know this. Like, it's... I think that's relevant. And the thing about it is Candace is trying to gaslight people into thinking, oh, well, you guys trust the feds that are saying, Tyler Robinson did this to Charlie, and we don't trust the feds. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those little things that kind of just irks me a little bit from her side in general. And that's kind of my point, is it's like, no, we know for a fact that the feds have been working with Antifa. They've been doing it for many, many, many years. And we've been seeing all the cover-ups. Like, look at the Tranifesto in, like, literally where Candace is from, in Tennessee, in Nashville, Tennessee. They covered that up so hard. Weird coincidence, right? I don't know. So, it's just that, yeah, I support Trump, by the way. Yes, I do support Trump. Same way Charlie did, actually.
Oh.
So there's all that.
He tells the bodyguard to step back a few paces. And, I stop and I'm looking at him and I say, well, yeah, that they have 3,700 schools. They're going to put an IDF guy in each of the schools. And he's looking at me and says, no.
Any proof that Erica's a crook and TPUSA are crooks, though? I mean, that's a heck of a claim to make there, Haley. And I don't think Charlie Kirk and his company were crooks. I don't know why you would say that without any evidence.
They need 50,000 for the IDF for operations in Gaza and Lebanon and Syria. So I'm just, at this point, like, it's too many red flags for me. I'm just staring.
Red flags how? So those areas are actually not even like, you're allowed to export guns there, right? Like, that's not an embargoed country, right? I don't think Israel is an embargoed country. Do you guys think that? Do you think that it would be illegal for him to sell firearms to go to military? Because he's like, oh, yeah, this would be great. It only goes to school resource officers and whatnot. I don't understand is why not collect the money and then donate firearms to school resource officers? Why? Who cares where your firearms go? It's a great military technology. Why not sell them? I don't know. He keeps going to Victor Marx for help on his finances and how his company kind of keeps going down and taking hits, and he really needs help funding and stuff like that. But then every time Victor Marx goes, you could say, I got you sales here. He goes, no. Name me one thing that TPUSA turned on what Charlie spoke about. If you could do that, one thing, because I hear people say that the company has pivoted away from everything Charlie Kirk wanted. Can you tell me what that is? Really curious, because nobody manages to let me know. Also, the no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause is a text message taken completely and totally out of context. What happened after he said that? Can you tell me? After Charlie said, no, leaving me no choice, what was the next text message? Iran war, sorry, but Charlie Kirk was in support of Iran war. Find me a text message after he said he supported it that says he no longer supported it. Can you do that for me? Because it was in June when Charlie Kirk said that. You won't find anything in July, August, or September. So, should I just say Charlie Kirk lied about his support for Iran then? He was not killed after June. Well, he was killed after June, but he was not killed in June. He was not killed in July. He was not killed in August. So, you want to tell me why I should, why did Charlie Kirk lie about being in support of it?
He's staring back.
I'll pull it up for you.
He finally...
Actually, here, let's do it real quick. I love doing this. I do this every single time someone brings it up. We're going to see. So, we're just going to type in Iran. We're going to go from latest. Okay? So, August 8th, boom. President Trump officially brokered another peace deal, ending a 30-year conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia, on top of the Congo, Rwanda, India, Pakistan, Israel, Iran, and Thailand. Okay, so there we go. There's one thing. That's literally the latest for August 8th. July 18th, 2025 Student Action Summit Student Survey. TPUSA hosted over 7,000, mostly students. We can, major takeaways. Okay, where does he say Iran at? Okay, here we go. 73% survey. Nope, that's pro-Israel, not Iran. What Trump admin Congress should focus on the next 3.5 years. Almost every respondent said something a lot about lower costs, affordability, being able to buy a home, and economic. Wait, where did he mention Iran? Oh, right here. 86% support the military action in Iran. Huh, weird. Why would Charlie be proud of that? That's so weird. That's July. Oh, that's just a damning piece there, isn't it? He didn't support it at all. So weird. Oh, well. It's just kind of funny how Charlie's like, hey, key takeaways from this. Overwhelming approval of Trump admin, 95%. And they want J.D. Vance to be their next president, 68%. 95% approve of the Trump administration so far. 68% want J.D. Vance as 2028 candidate. 91% support the OBBB. 86% support the military action in Iran. Yeah, it sounds like Charlie was just so against it. Wild, huh? Funny how that works. But Candace fans love leaving it out. Here, let's talk about it here. If someone says mass deportations are impossible, show them this. Iran has deported 1.1 million legal. That's kind of funny. I love that. Charlie was awesome. Man, he's just the best. He really knew how to just dig in people there. Russian Vladimir Putin has begun privately urging Iran to accept new nuclear deal in which it has zero uranium enrichment per Axios. A dramatic shift from its past defense of Iran's right to do so. Huh, weird. President Trump's strategy is paying dividends. So you know what he's saying right there? He's saying even though they say they're having zero uranium, Iran needs to accept the nuclear deal. That even Russia's like, hey guys, you really need to do this. You know what I mean? I have one brain cell. Unfortunately, you're going to go to insults because I proved you wrong. Okay. Well, let's go back a little further for you. Okay. No nukes for Iran. Ceasefire in the Middle East. Stock market hits a record high. Border is totally secure. Look, notice how he's saying no nukes for Iran. You notice how Charlie Kirk is literally saying Iran cannot have a nuke. I mean, he is parroting Trump. Exactly. Why are people trying to say that he was against this? You see what I'm saying? You can't find a tweet or a video after June of 2025 where Charlie Kirk literally says, actually, I disagree with Trump doing this to Iran. That's my point. Now, you want to talk about before June? He had some words about it, but he clearly changed his mind. Unless you're telling me he's lying here. So, again, just in, President Trump says he will no longer be removing sanctions from Iran after the Ayatollah claimed he won the war. As a man of great faith, he's not supposed to lie. They are always so angry, hostile, and unhappy. I wish the leadership of Iran would realize, I wish the leadership of Iran would realize that you often get more with honey than you do with vinegar. Worth reading the whole thing. It's an all-timer from the president. I mean, this is ridiculous. Why do people think they can debate this at all? Charlie Kirk was very clear about what he said and what he supported. Okay? President Donald Trump demonstrated a masterclass of foreign policy in Iran. Watch Vice President J.D. Vance gives an inside look into the stressful final moments of Israel and Iran trading last-minute strikes before the ceasefire. Okay. No nukes for Iran. Okay. Live, Israel-Iran ceasefire. Like, this is ridiculous. Okay? Huge breaking. A complete ceasefire has been agreed upon by Israel and Iran. President Trump confirms Iran fired 14 missiles. Breaking. President Trump has no intention of striking Iran after its failed retaliation. Just in, New York Times and Fox News reporting that Iran appears to have coordinated a retaliatory response. I mean, he was in this. He reported on it daily. It's just crazy to me that people still think he was against it. There are so many tweets. I almost said texts. And then here's the granddaddy of them all. Iran gave President Trump no choice. For a decade, he has been adamant that Iran will never get a nuclear weapon. Iran decided to forego diplomacy in the pursuit of a bomb. This is a surgical strike. Operated perfectly. I didn't say it was operated perfectly. The generals did, but I do think it was operated perfectly. But it's their words, not mine. President Trump acted with prudence and decisiveness. I just had to read it like that. I don't know why I had to read it like that. But your 7-year-old learned by Felicia. Raising them right. Absolutely. That's great. Man, I love Chris Tucker movies. I hope he's not actually a sicko that goes to the island. Chris Tucker is absolutely just, every single role he plays makes me laugh. But anyway, are we done with this now? Can we put this to bed that Charlie Kirk literally did not support what Trump was doing in Iran? Like, that needs to be put to bed now. Genuinely. Because he absolutely 1,000,000% supported it. Just putting it out there. Find me any text after June, any tweet, or any video where literally Charlie Kirk did not support the war. I am dying for you guys to show it. Because I think 4 months is plenty of time. Okay? Genuinely plenty of time. So here we go.
Starts walking again after 15 or so seconds, and he says, that's why I'm not ever engaging in scripture with you. And I walk.
Now, this is weird, but this is the part where he's supposed to, he literally leaves out the most important part right here, where Victor Marx threatens him. but you don't need a good memory to tell the truth.
Start walking along with him, and I'm just wondering in my head, like, wow, that what's scripture got to do with guns, the IDF, and I'm not against the IDF. It's just what you're saying is that all the guns have to go.
I appreciate it,
What
guys.
about the school? Like,
It's a
we
bad
agreed that
impersonation, but I really
this
want to
rifle
try
is
it.
designed to protect kids.
I
and
really want to
schools.
get better at it.
So if 50,000 are going, like, who's going to make those? How long is it going to take? And like, how are we going to get guns on the back of SROs here? All going on in my head, and just confused about the whole situation. Like, where did this get?
So confused that you would have to fill a $50,000 order, which would pay you a lot of money, and then on top of that, also getting $2 million, and on top of that, I mean, but he just does not want to send them to Israel at all. It's really weird. He said he would have done it if it was all for self-defense, but the fact that he knew that they were going to be used for offense, it's like, what? It doesn't make sense the way he's trying to spin this.
So far off track. And so again, like, that was the moment that that I was done, but I didn't say it. And so, we're walking around, and I just, it's just, it's a blur at that point.
Can't remember. He can't remember. And he's looking to Candace for help, and she's going to deliver.
I don't even know how. Oh, I don't know how I left, and
This is also when he says to you, I think that I could beat you up. What he admitted to, he did say,
oh yeah, my goodness,
the big part. But
she didn't really want to put it in his mouth. She wanted him to say it himself. Now, she already talked about this in her last episode, or maybe it was the episode before that, where she said in her email that this is what he said. But he couldn't remember it after he brought it up to her so recently. He couldn't even remember the biggest part of that story. Wow. I'll let you guys listen to it and tell me if it's likely that he would have forgot to mention this part.
good grief.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the 37.
Do you see her reaction to that?
Oh yeah, my goodness.
Watch her
Big
face.
part.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm nervous.
So the 3,700 gun, I said 3,700 schools. Yeah, that's great. 3,700 schools in Israel. And he says no, 50,000 guns in the IDF for the operations in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria. And that's, our stare off. And he says, I could whoop your ass and there ain't nothing you could do about it. And inside I'm kind of laughing, but I'm keeping.
It's not even the exact quote you gave. In that email that you sent Candace was not that long ago. It was like a week ago.
Straight face and not doing it. Like, I made sure to keep looking at him.
Right.
And that's when he said, that's why I'm never engaging in scripture with you.
So he left that part out in that story when he's like, this is why I don't engage with scripture with you. Then he had to add in the story he told Candace originally. She had to remind him that, oh yeah, there was the part where he said he was going to whip me as well, or that he could just whip me right here and there's nothing he could do about it. And then he continues walking like everything's normal. This story doesn't make sense. Like, they're walking. Victor goes, okay, you turned down my deal. I could just beat you up right now. Yeah, because that's likely to secure a deal, right? And also, why does Victor keep telling you, now that he already knows you're uncomfortable with sending him to Haiti and doing things like that, why wouldn't he just be like, hey, the military's wanting to literally do this? Or why not just be like, yes, they are wanting to send these weapons to school resource officers too. They want 50,000. You know what I mean? Some are going to go to school resource officers. Some are just probably going to go into the military, because they may need quick action to defend themselves on their military bases and stuff like that. Why not just feed him that? At this point, 3 failed attempts have been made to get these firearms somewhere. And now the 4th time he's going to be like, let's go ahead and just give him the information I know he's not going to like. At that point, why wouldn't Victor just lie? Like, why? Hey, Ed, you have yourself a good night, man. Thank you for being here. For your SSI and getting exhausted. Oh, I don't blame you, man. I hope you get it. I really hope you get it, man. Keep us updated. But, the math isn't mathing here at all. They show Victor, he just snaps, and then he's back to normal. Snaps, and then it's back to normal instantly. And you'll see it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was yeah, like 10 things are happening in the sequence, and it's just shocking. And thinking back of it, like, why did we stop right into the camera?
Right.
Like, was he trying to get me to come at him, or what?
I think
What do you mean stop into the camera? I didn't. You just said that you were walking along the track and there was a security guy that he had back up a little bit, but now you're in front of a camera. I didn't even hear that part, and I didn't hear it the first time either when I listened to this.
oh, Weekend was kind of designed to intimidate you. I mean, from they're all wearing bulletproof. Why? You know him. He's supposed to be a friend of yours. We're just breaking these in. That feel like it just kind of feels like a military presence. So it's kind of, and again, this is my opinion, but like it's supposed to subconsciously wrap you in this idea like we are a force, and you're here alone. You don't have your wife here. Eileen's not here. It just feels very
Stage.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
hearing it, that's what it feels like to me.
It just feels that way. Like he's luring you. He's doing such a bad job telling the story that Candace wanted him to tell. You could just tell. And she's really not having it. Like she's pretty upset, I can tell. Inside. This story is so bad it doesn't hold up at all. And you could tell he doesn't fully understand the story that Candace wanted him to tell. So therefore, he's just kind of bumbling about. Like this, I am so confident in this. Just based on how he's acting.
And it was
And then he's leading up to this big question on the third day. No one's here. I could kick your butt. And
Race lover.
the IDF wants this, and you need the money sort of thing. You're
Yeah.
desperate, and this is what we can do. This is what your company's worth. It's quite intimidating,
yeah.
or meant to be intimidating.
I mean, I wouldn't say traumatic, but again, you got to remember, like just 3 months prior, I was in this suicide crisis.
Mm-hmm.
I was coming off of THC.
Mm-hmm.
I was engaged in scripture, and then like all these red flags are popping up, and then that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
He hasn't really named a real red flag, though. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
that's basically the end of the day for the third day, and we left on good terms. I didn't, never had one like crosswise conversation with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he mentioned something about like
Got
a
a hair
threatening
somewhere.
innuendo, and was,
Dang it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
that's
It
Hello,
didn't even
goth
register as
conservative.
plausible, given the fact
No.
that you were on his property. He's got his guys. I was like, no, like, I mean, who would try to size up and then be like, yeah, no, I'm going to take you on your own property with your own men all around with cameras in front? That didn't sound right to me. But
yeah, and we did go into the rec room and was kicking around the bags and everything, stretching
Mhm.
and doing this and that. But he said he looked down like a puppy, because he even admitted that he made
he
that
admitted it,
threat.
yeah.
And see, I just like blocked that out of my mind.
He looked down at you like a puppy, or like, what did he just say?
He looked down like a puppy.
He looked down like a puppy. So Victor Marks literally went like, or something like that. Like, what does that even mean? What does that even mean, dude?
Because he even admitted that he made
he
that
admitted it,
threat.
yeah.
And see, I just like blocked that out of my mind just then.
I wonder if this dude's reading from a teleprompter. Is this guy reading from a teleprompter? Is that what's going on? I'm going to watch their feet to see if they're pushing on a pedal.
Crazy.
Like,
But look down like a puppy. Like, no, that's not me. I don't like to fight. I don't fight. But that was kind of a low blow.
Yeah. Still
Yeah.
kind of making you feel small.
Yeah.
So you,
I get what he wanted to say, but how did he say it so wrong? He looked down like a puppy. I don't know.
get out of there a day early, and what happens thereafter, you're kind of now realizing what this
Mhm.
is, maybe kind of adjacent to this sort of NARS cult,
Yeah.
NAR cult, or New Apostolic Reformation.
No,
Something.
I really didn't. I still thought in my mind that Victor was just unaware
Mm.
all the way through this point, just unaware of what he was involved with. That's how deep that bond had become, or whatever you want to call that.
You can't see what's right in front of you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. And so I'll leave the property, and I'm staying in.
Well, I'm still not even sure what was right in front of him. That's the thing. Like, he hasn't really elaborated on it. He's just kind of alluded to, like, red flags and stuff. That's what's weird about it. Like, why not be straightforward? Love My Aussie says, and that's why I love watching you. You're honest with your view on things. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Absolutely love you guys. You guys are amazing.
Colorado for another month. And so I go get Airbnbs, jump around a little bit. I do a demo at Douglas County. I just drove up to Douglas County Sheriff's Department and walked in with my full AR on my back. It's a huge department, like 600 officers. I just walk in with my full AR and, declare it, and they find me the guy to talk to out of this huge police force. And the dude was just blown away by it. Had never seen it. We got a demo set up the next week, came out and did a demo for him, and SWAT team came out, SROs came out, several of the other like armory guys, and they just loved it.
Mm.
So that's what I love doing, by the way, is I'm not a combat guy, but I will show anybody how to deploy the fold AR, especially SROs and LE guys.
No way, the thing you love the most is literally the thing that you have dedicated your entire life to? Never would have guessed.
And I'm really good at it, and I can talk them through the product and demonstrate really well. And that's what I enjoy most. So that was a good thing that I was able to do while I was still there. But I was there. I'd already set up intensive counseling. And Victor knew about it. I think he said that he paid for the counseling.
Mm-hmm.
Did not. I paid all of it. It was $13,000.
Every time I hear Victor, I keep thinking they're going to
with the
talk about
counseling in
Victor Wooten.
a room. But I don't know why he said that he paid for it. He didn't.
Mm.
So my wife did come up. It was set up for individual counseling for me as an intensive 2-week deal. And I pressured her into coming. Like, we got to do marriage counseling. And so she did come up. We went.
Hey, thank you, Ginseng. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much for being here. Eclectic says, what's the allegation? Gun running? Pretty much, yes. So, pretty much, yeah, it's that's what he's accusing him of. But that's the weird thing about it, is it's like, he's not wanting to directly accuse him of that. And it's like, and if you don't know why, if that's even going on, like, why not at least try to get him to elaborate?
Through it. Did well and ended up getting
Yeah,
back
she
home.
is.
And
She's looking at him pretty,
yeah, I mean, that's kind of the history of the last visit.
I would
for
say
Victor Mark.
unhappily.
So I want to also interject that in the same timeline, you did have one of your fold ARs went missing. And it's just relevant to bring this forward to, I think, kind of just an interesting just interesting. It certainly is interesting. You went out to sell an AR, and I want to get the timeline right. This is June of 2024.
Okay, so that one was June 24. That was an online purchase
Mm-hmm.
that we shipped to a gun store in Texas.
Okay, and
It's not in person.
it was not in person, and it was for a police officer down in Texas.
Mhm.
And then you kind of got a phone call. I already told my audience this, but you get a phone call from the officer less than a month later, about a month later, maybe just over a month later, that the weapon was stolen out of his vehicle while he was in Midland, Texas.
Right.
And he
says right, but that's actually wrong, and he'll correct her.
He gave you the case number or the report number.
Yeah, and he didn't
Scribble
call
on a piece
me.
of paper.
Yeah, when the incident happened, I didn't know about it.
Oh.
But he and on July the 4th, it was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Purchased it in June. We shipped it to his gun shop in June, also late June. And on July 4th, it was stolen in Midland out of his vehicle.
Even he got the story mixed up. He sent it to a shop in June. The officer purchased it in June. And then the officer had it stolen from him in July on the 4th. But keep this in mind. This is all in Texas, apparently. And it went missing. And somehow Candace is suspicious that that is what was deployed to end Charlie Kirk. So somehow somebody knew from Utah to go down to Texas to pick this thing up out of this guy's truck and steal it. And then take it to Utah to finish off Charlie Kirk. That is a stretch of a claim.
Mm-hmm.
And then he notified the Midland Police Department, took a report, serial number and a report number. And
So he didn't give you that report number.
not during then. It was actually it was only a few weeks ago.
Okay, so you actually didn't know that it had been stolen until a couple of weeks ago
No,
after the ATF?
I got the ATF trace on September the 10th.
Okay, so
25.
just to kind of get our ducks in a row here, June 2024, it's an online sale. It's going to a police officer in Texas. The police officer does not inform you, but gets the gun stolen from him, I should say, in Midland, Texas. The story is, he says, which you'll find out later, is that there is his window was open or something while he went to the gas station. Someone grabbed it, and he called the police, the local police, obviously he's a police officer, but not in Midland, and filed a report for this missing gun. You actually did not find out right away. You did not know at all that this gun was missing or had been stolen until what next happens is on the day that Charlie was killed.
Right.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. I thought that you found out immediately, that he just kind of
No.
gave you, hey, just a heads up or whatever. Okay, that's interesting. So on September 10th,
It's really not that interesting at all, actually. Not even in the slightest am I interested in that detail.
you get this email, which we are going to show, which is from the ATF, which what they're performing is something that's called an ATF trace. What I've explained.
So the government's so sloppy that after Charlie would have gotten ended, they for some reason ran a trace on a weapon that they didn't believe would have been used from the crowd. Yet the government's putting all the info out there that it was definitely the 30-06 from the roof. But for some reason, the ATF goes ahead and sends this guy information about a firearm that's not even, like, being looked into publicly whatsoever. Is that not, I don't know, just completely and totally pointless? Why would the government bother running a trace on a weapon that they know is going to be used, that they don't want to be found out? You see what I'm saying? And why wouldn't the ATF, if the ATF wasn't in on it, why wouldn't they go ahead and put it out there and be like, he was most certainly not hit with a 30-06? What is happening here?
To my audience is that when they do this trace, it's because this weapon has popped up, typically in, always I think in a crime, and they're trying to trace the gun and who's the manufacturer, who sold the gun, I guess sort of whose hands have crossed it. Am I describing that correctly?
Correct.
And you have 24 hours to respond to this email.
Right.
Or I don't know, I guess they swing in the doors. I don't know what happens actually if you put a missed deadline, but you're not going to test that out, right? So you instantly respond to the email. Obviously, this is now on the morning of Charlie Kirk's assassination, which is definitely interesting. It's definitely something that piqued your interest of, okay, I got this trace, and suddenly this gun that I think is all good and belongs to a police officer in Texas is coming up in an ATF trace.
Yeah, Jody, you may be on
It's
something
really
there.
interesting. I did not realize.
I'll definitely check into that.
Appreciate this. When you first told me the story, I thought police officer had instantly informed you. So you're thinking that's kind of weird. I now know that this gun is potentially been used in a crime. What happened to this gun? You contact the person that you sold it to, a police officer. And
Much later,
not on the day of Charlie's assassination.
Right.
I'm sure because you just don't know what to think of this, obviously. Lots going on. How much later-ish? Doesn't need to be perfect.
Ooh.
Couple months, couple weeks. Because it's kind of in the back of your head.
No,
like,
I mean,
that was
it was about, I would say, about 4 weeks ago from today, a month
Okay.
ago.
So very recently.
Yeah.
Because it's just kind of in the back of your mind, like that was a weird thing.
Mhm.
And I don't know why this would be involved in a crime at all,
Yeah.
because I sold it to a police officer. Feels kind of safe. And at that moment, did you leave a message on his phone when you called? Did he pick up instantly?
He picked up instantly.
Okay. And he told you the story of, oh, actually, that's so funny that you say that. And you ask him, hey, did the ATF call you? He tells you the ATF did not call him, actually. They called you, and
Well, didn't call me. They did.
they
trace.
emailed you. They did
Mhm.
not email him or trace anything with him. How weird. Actually, what happened was I actually lost that gun at a gas station because somebody took it from me. I called the police, and then he gives you the report number
Mhm.
after you hang up the phone.
Yeah, I sent it in a text message.
Okay.
Now, just keep this in mind. Somehow, the Charlie Kirk assassination team here literally knew to go pick up a firearm from a truck to steal it from an officer at a gas station. Do you have any idea how likely that would be? Like, I'm sure getting struck by lightning 10 times over would be way more likely than that scenario playing out.
And we can show that this text message that you received of the report number.
Okay, maybe we'll take that report number down and, keep up with it.
You feel
I
confident
guess.
when you're talking to him that he's telling you the truth? I think you told me that you felt like,
Yeah, I felt like he was telling the truth.
okay. I will say I had trouble with the story. I've already expressed that to my audiences just because I go off of vibes sometimes. And for me, when I heard the story
but I know.
of like a police officer, calling the
Gee, maybe.
police, police officers tend to be embarrassed if they get something taken from them. It's like, we're the police officers, we're supposed to stop the crime. And then it happens to us and they get all proud and, well, I'm going to hunt this guy and kick down with, they kind of are excessive when it happens to them or someone that they love or in their immediate circle. Even if you cut off a police officer, suddenly they're like giving you the worst ticket ever. It's
Right.
like, I'm a police officer and you violate the laws. I found it even more unusual. And again, I'm speculating here, but I just am familiar with Midlands, it's an incredibly wealthy area because of the oil. And I thought it was very strange that a gas station wouldn't have cameras. And you had asked him about that. And what was the reason he told that the cameras weren't facing or didn't have footage? What was the?
Yeah, I think it did have cameras, and he told me that he did go in and check, but they couldn't see the visual of it, I guess, at the angle the vehicle was parked or wherever it was parked at. But it didn't tell me
Too much about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I struggled with that a little bit. I'm going to be honest. It's a gas station, wealthy.
Have you ever seen camera footage from a gas station, Candace? They're never good. We live in 2026, and I have never seen good footage from a gas station. I don't know what kind of drugs Candace is on, but this is ridiculous. I almost said a different word.
Area. I just felt that would not be too likely. And then also just a lot of unlikely things that happened there. So, but I did say I have not had the time yet to reach out, which I'm going to do to hear that story.
Mhm.
There's something about it that just instantly strikes me as very odd for whatever reason. It strikes me as
It's really weird that it would strike you as odd. Go find me some really good, clean camera footage from a gas station, Candace. That's just so common.
very odd. And I
Good
don't know this,
Lord.
so I'll ask you the question. In that typical scenario, shouldn't they have done the trace on him first?
So they do the trace on the manufacturer.
Mhm.
Then it went to a gun store.
That he has his gun sent to.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And then they're supposed to trace do the same trace for the same serial to that gun store. And then that gun store would tell them, okay, we sold it to this person. Here's their phone number and address.
Did you call the gun store?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so that's something that could definitely be chased down. Okay, I'm definitely going to take a look into that. I do find that to be, as you did, this for the same reasons, just like, oh, that's kind of precise timing. And it also is sort of, the timeline that, I don't know, just a lot going on in that timeline in 2024. So we'll see. But that definitely was of interest to me, of just,
This guy never ever suggests, though, that maybe they started doing the trace because the officer reported it as stolen. And maybe the ATF was like, hey, let's go ahead and get the trace started now. Maybe they haven't suspected it of being part of a crime yet or anything like that. I mean, technically, it's already a part of a crime when it's stolen, right? That's never good. So if they went ahead and started doing the trace early, maybe this is where it dead ends. Maybe they're like, get the trace started. We'll do this. We'll do all the process. And then while it's here, when it pops up again, we'll be able to just get right on it. And we already have everything else done. Seems like probably the most likely scenario, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, come on. This isn't crazy,
just a lot of planes were coming out of Texas that day in general. I
Yeah,
think
watch
is
it
why
be
it
a
also flagged
Buc-ee's.
me as weird, is just looking into the Charlie Kirk assassination and things of that nature. And then kind of this weird connection with Victor like trying to get these guns from you in that time frame for different things. And he's giving you the Haiti spiel. But now I'm in contact with someone from Haiti who knows Victor Marks, and it's just getting even more interesting. I don't think anybody really knows Victor Marks. That person shared with me messages. I was surprised to learn that his backstory about being abused by his dad being named Karl Marx. I guess it was right there, but I didn't know that Karl Marx was Jewish. This Karl Marx's dad. That was something that came across in text messages that were given to me. That he's quite defensive about Israel, is what I would say. He is similarly how he kind of got real serious with you when it came to the IDF. He similarly got serious with this other individual who is interested in speaking out, who was his liaison to Jimmy Barbecue in Haiti. And similarly, this person kind of did some one-off comment about Israel.
Corn Pop would have whipped his ass. Oh.
And he met a different Victor Marx, is what I would say.
I can't do a
like,
good Joe
what if I
Biden.
told you
What was that?
my dad's Jewish,
Just like
and don't ever
pretty much Stan's grandpa from South Park. That's the best I could do.
say that ever again. So there's a lot that's compelling to me, and something that I hadn't shared before with my audiences is that he was Charlie Kirk stopped speaking to Victor Marx entirely. Their relationship, I mean, like, unfollowed each other. I've spoken to several people about this. They didn't know what the falling out was about, but there was a very big falling out between Charlie and Victor Marx.
So here's the thing, too, though, is she even can't give a date. So I don't know why she would think she knows this, because especially if we are going to go ahead and count Twitter unfollows, which let's go ahead and do it. Let's just say he did. And they unfollowed each other. Well, Candace, since technically you and Charlie unfollowed each other years ago, means you had a big falling out and you never made up with Charlie either. So, I mean, I don't know. How did she get this information? And she's like, nobody else knows how they fell out. Nobody. Well, maybe Erica would know. I don't know. I don't think Erica needs to give any more information out there, though, during, cease and desist. Probably not a good idea.
And,
Do you know what time frame?
Well, it all had to happen in the same season because Victor Marx was not in it. I don't know the time frame. I will find out. And he had completely stopped talking to him. They had stopped following each other. And I'm wondering, how then.
Don't worry, she's going to find out.
His wife was so close to Eileen and Victor that's one of the first people that she wants to hug and connect with after the assassination. And he also happened to be the first person that we can find that announced that Charlie Kirk was dead and then removed that video. I just find that to be really interesting. And
I can't wait for Gary to
answers from Victor Marx about what his falling out was with Charlie Kirk.
Tear this video apart. That'll be a fun watch.
If that was ever patched out, actually, I don't know if it was. His relationship with Erica makes me uncomfortable, given the fact that I had already arrived at a question mark about the Egyptian planes. My thesis was that they were trafficking weapons, based off of the pattern over 3 years.
Show the flight logs then, Candace. Post them like you promised back in December 16th. You said you would post them. You still won't.
Beginning of the same time frame that you're discussing in 2023. And she happens to have a proximity to a lot of pastors that have interesting pasts and presence and always.
No. 9mm is just the size of the round, size of the bullet. There are many different rifles. I mean, there are not just rifles. Like you can get the PP Bison that shoots 9, I believe. Oh, I mean, it can be chambered. It can be chambered in anything. Like any style of weapon can be chambered to shoot really any type of bullet. Like there's the it essentially looks like an AR-15. It's a AR-10, I believe, and it typically shoots 308 round. There's oh shoot, what am I gonna say? You can get like a Vector. You can get a Vector, Chris Vector, chambered in 45 or in 9mm, and it's like a mini rifle / pistol kind of thing. It's super cool. It's super cool. Like, really love that thing. My dad actually has one, so hoping that, I could take it out and fire it sometime. I really need to. It'd be a fun one. But yeah, I mean, it's just the size of the bullet for the most part, But there are certain sizes that you would probably never want to put in a handgun, but people do anyway because they're nuts.
A finger on trafficking charities. And I find that not to be coincidental. I don't find that to be coincidental. And I just don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible that everybody can be doing charity in the same way for orphanages and wanting to stop out human trafficking. And the Jimmy barbecue story was interesting because of
Why wouldn't that be
also Tim
possible?
Ballard and Operation Underground. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
A little bit.
Yeah, I had interviewed him, had heard the story, totally fell for the story that he was helping these victims, and then he arrived in a massive scandal where people were saying, no, that's not actually what he was doing overseas. And so it's another piece that I need to put together. But there just sort of seems to be a lot of these connecting themes with, my heart's in the right place. I'm doing charity. I'm doing this. This is the theme of the charity. I'm protecting orphanages. And I think that there potentially could be more here. And I think the biggest theme and the one that's the most upsetting in listening to your story, the current that runs through all of this is this faux faith. And it feels like the entire world was given this retooling prayer, so to speak, after Charlie died. I feel like we went through that, but publicly, where suddenly we're being told this is all God ordained, and this is who you have to follow, and this is who you need to listen to. And if
Nobody said this was God ordained. Like, that's crazy.
you question this, you've got demons on you. And this is, I think, what was so compelling about your story, because it was a microcosm of what we have seen happen since Charlie passed away. And we have this Victor Marks connection. And I find the manner in which he dealt with you to be sort of the manner in which Turning Point, the stage, everything, they have dealt with us publicly. Like, this is what God has ordained and nobody should question this. And yet we all feel the darkness. Everyone, collectively, the world feels a darkness there outside of the little bubble of the mainstream media that's trying to conduct the retooling prayer on us. Yeah, I want to say that. I want to say that there is, what you perceived in February, April, that faith is being manipulated, and it is not for light forces, it is for dark forces. People are going to feel that. And
Good possibility she's pregnant again. I don't know. Yeah, you never know. She probably will need to hire on like 3 more nannies.
I felt so seen when I was reading your story and realizing what we're actually looking at here is dark psychiatry. This is dark. It's psychiatry. It's manipulative. You had used the term when we were discussing, which I think many people are familiar with, which is Darvo. You want to talk about what Darvo is in case they're not?
There we go.
Well, yeah, this is something I just learned over the past few days is the Darvo, if I can remember properly, it stands for deny, attack, reverse, victim.
Victim and offender.
An offender, yep.
Yeah.
So the perpetrator denies what you're accusing him of. He attacks you, and then he reverses the roles of victim and accuser.
And when I say that we are going through this on a large scale, and it was exactly how my experience with Turning Point after, when you walked in tonight, I was on.
Because, yeah, Turning Point definitely did deny and attack and then reverse victim, right? Even though TPUSA didn't say anything. You did. You came out and started accusing TPUSA, so that can't even be possible just by the order of operations that you've listed. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't came out and attacked Candace at all. They haven't really said much about Candace, to be honest. Candace is the one coming out attacking. You can't sit there and say that they attacked, because TPUSA has never attacked Candace, to be honest. They've never come out and attacked Candace. They've defended themselves from Candace very rarely, but attacked her? That's never happened.
The phone with actually the president of the University of Georgia. And this is for the Turning Point USA chapter. And there had just been this situation where Erica wasn't going because the crowd size. And she said that was it. It was the crowd size. We told them that it wasn't going to be a big crowd. We were concerned the entire time. We had communicated this to them that people didn't want to go. Conservatives didn't want to go because they don't like Erica. And they told us to keep going. And then Erica abandons that commitment in the last moment, and they get on stage and they blame the world.
Yeah, I want to know what this shirt even is. It looks like flies. So it's like very Bale-like, you know what I mean? I guess you could say. Just Florida flies here.
It's like you didn't show up for your commitment, and now you're telling the world that she had death attacks or death threats, and that wasn't true. And so the students are resigning. She's resigning her post, and she said, the same psychological tactics. There needs to be a broader discussion about that. There just needs to be a broader discussion about that. And so there is sort of this nucleus, and I shouldn't even call it. This is so unhealthy. There's a really unhealthy cell here that's building with faith. It's not really faith. It's a cult. I think it's actually a cult in practice is what he was doing. I think there was a father.
Yeah, he does a lot more debunking here towards the end. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream too. Unfortunately, he saves it kind of for the end, but you'll see. He really starts debunking the whole like 30-06 thing, like that it couldn't get lodged up in there and whatnot. It's really funny. You'll
actually
see.
spoke to a priest about everything that happened. I was watching an interview with Father Ripperger. I don't know if you got to see that.
I did, yeah.
Incredible. It was incredible to hear him speak about some of those things. I found it to be incredible, and I haven't even finished it. I want to pivot to this weapon story, though, because again, talking about everyone in Erica's orbit, I had just covered that her mother, similarly, was trying to buy or get involved, get the patent, I should say, for another gun company, unique gun company, which could hold different bullet types in each chamber. I know I'm terrible at speaking about guns. You're smirking here. What do we? The cylinder.
Yeah.
Haha. Different rifling in each cylinder, which is super.
Now, it just goes to show Candace really does not know what she's talking about at all when it comes to this. Not a single clue.
Unique. And when I said that to you upstairs, like, that's very interesting. Your gun can fold. This gun would be the first to do this. And Lori was having this meeting. It ended up not panning out, but Erica showed up and they were interested
Wait,
in this,
Ricky
in
has
this
this
company, or
shirt?
this patent, rather.
From
It
Trailer
wasn't
Park
actually
Boys?
made.
Really?
And I thought, what do you think it is about these super unique guns that they're interested in? And I would like to hear your perspective and to talk about September 10th, because I think if there was a shot fired, could it have been closer? Could somebody have had it in their backpack? Again, we're surmising here. We are totally not saying this is how it went down, but it certainly makes for a compelling conversation.
Hello, boy.
Yeah, so that I got to see a video rendition of what the product that you're talking about. It looks like a revolver, and it seemed to have multiple chambers that each have different calibers built into it.
This is
And,
Ricky's shirt.
Typically,
It is the same shirt. You guys are not kidding. Oh, wait, no, not quite. It's like barbed wire. Hold on, let me show you guys. Can I really not see, like, okay, it's just going to keep popping them up in, there we go. Okay, we'll just go to Amazon. Okay, cool. Let's see here. Well, it's pretty much this. I guess I can't really zoom in on it. That's a bummer, but yeah, it's pretty close, I'd say.
that would be like a handgun style firearm, but you just extend the cylinder, so to speak, out further and put a stock on it and whatnot, and then it could be configured as some kind of shoulder fired weapon. And in theory, you could have, I don't know, up to 10 or 15 or more different calibers in it. And so I've never seen that product in the marketplace. I suppose it didn't.
Hasn't been manufactured yet.
No commercialization there. As far as the patent goes, I've never seen it
Probably a pretty difficult build if I had to guess.
before, but
He did secure the patent.
Yeah.
3 years it took, but he's got the patent for
Okay.
it.
I would say this. So the Fold AR
That's your next paycheck.
has several unique features to it. One being that it can fold, obviously, and the other that is not
is
so
pretty
obvious
close.
is the quick change barrel system. And so with just a push of a pen, you can take the entire barrel system off and swap it with a different barrel system of a different length or caliber. And so in the case of the AR-15, the most common calibers are 5.56 or 223, same caliber there, and 300 blackout. So we sell proportionately 60 to 40, 60% the 5.56 and maybe 40% 300 blackout. And so it's very common. Being that the ballistics report of the shooting say 30 caliber, that doesn't necessarily mean 30-06. And so it could be a number of 30 caliber, which is the diameter, 0.30 inches. It could be any number of different cartridges, but all 30 caliber. And so that matches a 300 blackout profile. And so, in my opinion, why...
Now keep this in mind. It would require the 30 caliber barrel that he would need. Oh, my dog's name's Bishop. He's a boy. He's a good boy. But it would take a 30 caliber barrel to put in there to replace his 5.56 barrel. Keep this in mind with the stolen firearm here. This is unfortunate for Candace.
Maybe certain countries would want a barrel system changeable rifle. I mean, it's twofold. One is for assassinations.
Yeah.
And so here's the scenario. Again, speculation. I'm not hanging my hat on this.
Right.
We don't see much evidence. We see a few things. But the scenario is you have a backpack, you have a rifle that fits in it, and it would not necessarily have to be a Fold AR. There are some other models where you can take the barrel off with different means, but they're not very popular. In the case of a fold AR, you could have the folded rifle in a backpack and another barrel system in it. And so you get to a shooting position, you take the rifle out, you unfold it, latch it, take your shot. You fold it, pop the pin, take that barrel system off, grab the other barrel system that's in the backpack, connect it to the receiver set, throw the other barrel, the freshly shot barrel system back in the backpack or wrapped around a towel. And you either leave the gun there and you take the backpack and the towel and the barrel system with you and jump off a building.
He's pretty well aware of exactly how Charlie Kirk's situation played out. It's interesting. So that's what they're trying to say is bam, and then he swapped it, and then all of a sudden they could test and be like, oh, no, that didn't happen. Literally giving Tyler Robinson a way out, I guess. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, why would the government want to do something like that at all? Why would they want their patsy getting off scot-free? Why would they not want it to be able to connect him? I mean, he's literally making the case like, oh, this is how they could have kept Tyler Robinson from literally getting in trouble in the trial. So now, if we do see something like this in the trial, we do know that this guy just outed Tyler Robinson as the guy still, which is very, very funny. I don't think that's what he was supposed to do. But anyway, all that aside, why would they need to swap it out and then hide it? And make sure that it doesn't come back to the same shot? Like, why? I genuinely would like to know why.
Or you put it all back together in the backpack and go put the entire unit somewhere else. So the reason behind that, if you're wanting to get
Angie, don't let them gaslight you. It's just they're just being funny about it.
away with assassination, then you shoot a bullet out of one system, one barrel system, and then you swap it over to another, and your bullet profile doesn't match. As long as you get one of those components out of the mix, then you're effectively scot-free.
All right, you guys, a lot of people are starting to look for more natural.
Oh, she had to cut to that really quickly, huh? That's hilarious. Oh, she just had to film those commercials today. You're wearing a different shirt. Or wearing that shirt.
Allowed, I think. One of the things, obviously, that's been the biggest discoveries in this is that the bullet didn't go through, right? So this is why people really struggled with the
Look at how she just had to change the subject there. I don't know. Something didn't go right for her to be like, that's why I want to know. But check this out. Because the firearm that he sold that got stolen didn't have the right barrel.
30-06 because, it would take down a moose.
Yeah.
Is the 30, any 30 scenario, would that be different? As
Yeah.
someone who's not familiar with different bullets and what they can do, which would be me, and I think a lot of other people as well. Like, that's something that, to me, feels like it would have to be a lot smaller.
Here we go.
So there's a lot of schools of thought around this, and I'm not a ballistics expert. I'm a compact weapons expert on the AR platform. But ballistics, I've seen a lot. I've shot a lot, but I don't do that every day. That's my qualification there. However, I do know that 300 blackout, especially subsonic, has a much higher probability of not going through than a 30-06. Now,
Can I ask what a subsonic is?
subsonic is usually always charged with a lesser burning powder.
Okay.
And so it'll travel ideally below the sound barrier,
Mhm.
which is going to be around,
Hey,
So literally
Kimberly.
subsonic sound.
yeah,
Okay.
950 feet per second, plus or
Okay.
minus, depending on temperature, elevation, all that.
Mhm.
And so I wasn't there, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And of
Mhm.
course, hearing it through phones and audio devices isn't the same.
Okay.
Your
A lot of
tapes,
people
baby.
can tell the difference right off the bat
You
between
could be.
subsonic and supersonic.
Also, there were speakers there. There's one theory that they played a sound that was different, while another one escaped. I mean, there's 1,000 different. There's so many theories out there.
You will never, ever, ever be able to ever in a million years measure what kind of firearm was used through a phone speaker or a phone's microphone. It's never going to happen. Let me tell you something about how microphones work, okay? Like this microphone right here, if I were to put in front of a speaker cabinet, I would only have to move it an inch to get a completely different tone. Completely different. You move it closer to the cone of a speaker, you're going to get a much brighter tone. You move it further away outside of the cone of the speaker, you're going to get a much darker tone. That's the way it is always, always, always. And that's just by that much moving the microphone from a sound source. So you have a bunch of phones facing direct one way. and then you have a sound that explodes off from behind the phone speaker, from behind the microphone where it's supposed to capture. See, microphones like to capture very direct, and they like to capture it at a very, very normal frequency. When you exceed the frequency, you get what's called clipping, because your entire sound wave is going to compress naturally because it's so big. The sound waves are going beyond what the microphone can pick up. So therefore, you're going to get a flat wave at all times. You will never be able to distinguish that from any other gunshot, period, with any other microphone. Most microphones cannot handle that. Now, you can get probably, if I had to guess, like I'm using a condenser microphone, essentially. It's a shotgun microphone, but it's a condenser microphone. If you were to get a dynamic microphone and have very, very, very low gain on it, you would probably be able to mic up a gunshot. Maybe. It's going to be so loud, though, it's going to be really hard. You'd have to have that microphone very far away, but the problem with having the microphone far away from the firearm is then you're going to get reflections. And reflections are going to build up, and it's going to build up in your top end no matter what. And again, you won't be able to distinguish it, even with some of the best microphones. You'd have to have a really, really, really specialized microphones that can a specialized microphone that could handle very loud sounds. There are very few of those microphones that exist across the spectrum, okay? They're going to be very specific, very low production microphones for incredibly loud sounds that are above sonic levels like that, like supersonic levels. So it's just, you're never going to be able to do that. When I hear people trying to dissect what was shot and how many shots there were from a phone's microphone, it's a complete waste of time. It is a complete and total waste of time.
But people would be able to tell the difference between a subsonic is the main point. Okay.
And so and I'll just describe, the most likely ballistic profile that I would be looking at for this type of data, and I don't see the body.
Mhm.
I'm just here. I haven't even seen pictures. I saw, the immediate aftermath of those videos, but we haven't seen, the body. So just again, if there was no exit and there was a fragment of the bullet found in the body, and I think I heard somewhere that there was other lead fragments found inside. Don't know if that's true or not. But what you're looking at is potentially a subsonic 300 blackout that perhaps wasn't shot with a suppressor installed on it, and did not go through and separated when it hit, and a piece of the jacket coming off and separating. And again, though, if there is no exit wound, you're going to find all the bullet fragments inside, and you'll be able to weigh it, and you'll
I don't think they ever said that they couldn't find all the fragments.
tell exactly, or pretty close, how much that bullet originally weighed after you get all the pieces together.
Mm-hmm.
And so if it is true that no fragments left the body, then it will all be there.
It's got to all be there. It's an autopsy.
And so maybe we're not seeing the whole picture. Maybe some fragments did exit somewhere. I don't know. But I could see a 300 blackout doing that. Even a supersonic blackout could possibly still remain completely inside the body and separate and not penetrate through. 30-06 though. I mean, I've had a guy that was a sniper, a Marine sniper that said he's seen all kinds of crazy stuff. This was just last week. And he could envision a 30-06 core lock possibly doing that, but
In the neck.
Oh, really? He could envision it possibly doing that. Now Candace is going to push back.
yeah.
That's the problem. It's the neck.
He seemed kind of like, yeah, it's very unlikely, but I've seen crazy stuff before.
People have sent me pictures of them. Like,
Yeah.
Dad accidentally shot himself. It actually ricocheted off a tree and hit him, and it went through both of
Yeah.
his legs. Like, ricochet.
There is no chance that a ricochet is going to pass through both legs. The amount of energy loss on a ricochet is pretty crazy, but both legs, in one leg, out the other, in one leg, out the other, off a ricochet from a 30-06. I would not think that that's going to even come close to happening. And it didn't even hit a femur. Like, both legs. There's just not a chance. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. You're telling me a 30-06 ricocheted and it went through both legs. Yeah.
So it would slow down, and they sent me, one guy was,
Nah.
I just wanted you to see what a 30 opposites did to me.
Yeah.
I was on a hunting trip, had an accident, and like, this is how far it was. And I mean, these people almost lost their ability to walk. Like, I mean, it's like, and this is the leg, right? So much more, like a neck is just, that was kind of the other thing, is it was the neck. If it was the chest, I think people could have been like, okay, maybe like.
What a dog hair.
I do want to ask you a question. When you sell your
Jeez.
guns, are you giving them every barrel option comes with it?
No, they'll usually just buy one version.
One version. Okay.
Occasionally, they'll get a barrel system with a different caliber along with the purchase.
Okay. And may I ask, regarding that Texas purchase where the gun went missing, which barrel option was it?
That was 5.56,
Otherwise known as a
223.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. That's very interesting. So that's actually smaller than 30.
So that'll move a lot faster. And that was a 16-inch.
And was there any other? So it rules out the entire assassination thing too, right? Because never did get another barrel, huh?
barrel, 223. And so velocities are going to be up in the 3,000 range feet per second. And with most ammo, that's going to punch right through and not even expand much and just poke a hole, unless it hit bone, of course. But I mean, there's all kinds of different ammunition. And
Oh, so weird. Unless it hits bone, of course. Like any other bullet, I guess, huh?
Wait, sorry, when you say it's going to go right through, do you mean like the 30-06 go through?
no, 30-06 is just it's expanding quickly. It's got a lot more energy and a bigger diameter, and it's I would say within 2 inches of neck, it's already.
Not even like the middle, like where it's, less, you got less if you're going through this way, which is where he was hit. But a
It's just
223,
a normal 30.
Well, Candace, it depends on the angle too. Because if it's coming in at an angle like this, yes, he was hit here, but it doesn't mean it was going straight back. It means that it was going in at an angle. He even debunks the whole thing here, saying telling us the exact theories that, well, maybe he had sighted it in for 100 yards, but he was 125 yards away, so that's why it dropped down to the neck.
6 is just going to plow right through.
Mm-hmm. I think they knew that. I think they were never planning on showing.
And
us
even
that
still,
footage.
if the jacket did separate quickly and didn't just mushroom in and stay intact, depending on the bullet design, even if it did separate, those pieces after they separate, some of them are going to go out and exit. Even if one of them can hit bone and then travel back down, like they said,
Yeah.
possible, but the other piece is going to shoot out somewhere.
Yeah, and it just didn't.
I mean, maybe. Even you yourself earlier just said maybe not, that people have seen crazier things, but now you're walking that back. It's almost like she's giving you the stink eye there, huh?
At all.
Yeah. So I would say this, so with the 300 blackout up on an inclined roof angle, a subsonic 300 blackout round, another interesting thing to think about.
Right here.
Typical gun ranges, you're going to zero your rifle at either 100
This is a guy trying to keep from having dead air, and he says something that he probably really shouldn't have, and I don't think Candace quite caught it.
yards or 25 yards. Doesn't have to be the case, but that's typically what you do with your scope. And so let's say you zero it at 100 yards. Well, when you're now at 150 yards, your bullet's going to drop. If you're at 100 yards, it's going to hit right on where you're aiming if you've done your job and zeroed it. But if you're at 100 yards, it's going to drop. If it's a subsonic round, it may drop 10 to 12 inches, maybe 8 inches, maybe 14 inches. But it's going to drop, adding that extra 50 yards. And then you have the incline factor.
Mm-hmm.
So you're shooting kind of downhill, and it's not going to drop as much. So you're shooting flat. If it's, let's just say, average of 10 inches, it drops. The incline, it's going to drop maybe 7 or 6 inches even.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that shot came from that Losi Center building.
Well, so if it did, and you had a 300 blackout that was zeroed at 100, then it's very reasonable that it would.
Do you see the way she started breathing? It looked like she was like it looks like she's getting a little irritated.
Blackout that was zeroed at 100, then it's very reasonable that it would hit in the neck if aiming exactly for the head.
Mm-hmm.
Candace does not like that he made it make sense. I can promise you that.
I'll tell you what, it's a much more believable story than the one that we're getting. I will say that. So,
Oh, really? It's a much more believable story than what we're getting? You mean exactly what we were told and exactly what we've been telling you? That he probably did shoot it from that roof? And he probably was aiming for the head? And literal bullet drop that he didn't account for because he was a little bit further back than he anticipated went down and hit him in the neck instead? No! Oh, if only the feds told us that one, right? Candace?
I mean, this is all just
Watch
a
your
fascinating
steps,
to hear
yeah.
your story, and I think it gives us a lot to think about. I certainly have, as I've said, I'm happy to have Victor on this podcast and to allow him to tell more about his life story, which I think many people have found parts to be unbelievable. I do think, I think he's a crazy person. I will say that for sure. Just on the basis of the story you're telling me, the retooling prayer.
It was just a 5.56. That's the only one he got. So no swapping of barrels or anything. Even though he came up and goes, oh, you could do that for assassination. You could swap the barrels up. Yeah, but where would they have gotten the second barrel from? He didn't sell them one. And his barrels are the only ones that fit. But he never sold a second barrel to that guy that got his stolen. They would have had to have had a second barrel.
I think he's wildly
How would they
manipulative.
have
He's
gotten it?
probably involved in a cult, in the occult. That's what that all sounds like to me. And but it is also, like I said, a dark psychiatry for sure. And I do think that right off the bat you were a victim of that, and he targeted you for purposes that had very little to do with faith and more to do with the product that you had. And it's a piece. I think the person who wrote the piece and has been working on your story, Corey Kennedy, right,
Mhm.
did a very good job when she described it as a mosaic. We're looking at a very large mosaic. A lot of players are involved, all kind of using the same tools, manipulating people, attacking people, making them think that, they're not doing right by God, which is the wildest piece of the manipulation. It's the darkest piece of the manipulation. If you don't serve me, if you don't do this for me, you're not doing right by God, and putting themselves in positions of power over people's life and just learning those.
Yeah, Escobar, they, exactly. She needs this guy to say the right things in order to get Tyler Robinson off. And yet he's not really playing ball all that well.
Points, where can they push? Where is this person vulnerable? What are they the most scared of? Well, then I know how to put them more firmly in my grasp, under my thumb,
I would bring up a topic. So on Israel, I'm not against Israel.
This is
And
going to make Candace mad. Here, check this
I don't
out.
have some beef against the IDF. I don't have a beef against the people of Israel. I don't have beef against Jews. With Victor claiming that he's Jew, that doesn't matter to me. Israel is believers in Christ. And
Okay.
replacement theology
All right.
is not the thing. Dispensationalism is not it. It's right in the middle. It's fulfillment.
Mm.
Jesus Christ fulfilled. And so we're supposed to still treat everybody, no matter what ethnicity they are, no matter what country they're from, with the love and respect that Jesus Christ gave us an instruction to do so. And so, I like the idea of protecting the nation of Israel, just as it was any other nation. However, offensively, no. Defensively, yeah, but we crossed the line, right?
They can only use firearms if they promise for defense, though. They can never be offensive. That's just both offense and defensive, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
And what I see happening is the fulfillment of prophecy. I think that we've got a condition set where we're about to throw down Israel. And that's equally as dangerous. And so did you see what Trump read today in the Bible?
I have not seen that yet. I've been working all day.
Yeah. So it's a national call for repentance. And, when you look at what was read today, you combine it with the story of Solomon, which that's where this chapter, this set of verses is coming from. They're preparing to build the third temple. And so just look into that. And
So the reason why I thought 13th temple is because I thought he actually did say 13th, by the way he said it, but I hear it now. He did say third.
And
Yeah,
so
I've been looking into Freemasonry
Yeah.
and their obsession with Solomon's temple, Solomon's ring. It's where that is what the flag of Israel is. I mean, it's yeah. I will look into that. I did not see it, so I will say that. But
yeah,
Yeah.
it's an interesting
He's
one.
trying to
And-
rush
see what's
him off
guiding
now.
Trump is sort of this dark theology right now, and he's not really concerned about anything other than something that he thinks is a higher calling. I think is that's what it feels like to all of us. Where it doesn't seem like he cares about what happens to us one way or the other. There's something higher that he's serving. I don't think it's higher, to be clear. I think it's lower. But
The story of Hosea is a really good example. So Hosea and Gomer.
Mhm.
Hosea was instructed to go marry a prostitute. And that prostitute represented Israel. Hosea represented God or Jesus. And so he did it. And Gomer ended up doing what a prostitute does and ran off and went prostituting and got captured again. And Hosea, in obedience, he went and bought her out of bondage. And so he still loved his wife who had disobeyed. And it's the same situation we look at with the Jews or Israel. is that they've rejected Christ, but God does still have his arms open. The promise is still there. The old covenant is not there, but the new covenant is there for them. And so in that manner,
At first he said Israel's believers in Christ, though. But now they're not. So, okay, whatever floats your boat, man.
all of Israel will be saved. All believers in Christ will be saved. But we got to keep that in mind when we see the synagogue of Satan. That's just a small portion of Israel.
Yeah. You see people, I mean, I think you hold the perspective of most true Christians. We want everyone to be saved.
Mhm.
This is not, and some religions and faiths are exclusive. No, you're born into, no, we want everyone to be saved. We want everyone to find Christ. And we also want people to not be distracted by those who are saying they're doing things in Christ's name. They're actually taking you down an entirely different path. And I think your awakening that you started to have about, wait, what is this? I know Charlie was going through that in the end. Charlie was looking up and wondering what the heck was around him, who these people were. We had those conversations about the manipulation, about the moral blackmail, which he spoke about what I had described to him as this is like a gang, actually. It's a gang, and and they're imparting spiritual warfare. And so I do think in the end he had clarity on a lot and was, fighting for himself and fighting for truth and realizing that what Israel was. I do. I know that. I know that Charlie was recognizing that, and I don't believe he died in vain because we're 7 months into this thing, 7.5 months into this, and I wake up every day and he's still a national conversation.
Yeah,
He's an international conversation.
Yeah, and he still loved Israel.
Mhm.
It's not the things that
He knew
Israel
that
was
what they were doing didn't work anymore.
Did you just hear that? He's like, he still loved Israel. And she goes, yeah, and he knew that what they were doing wasn't working anymore. They just talk completely past each other. Like, it's crazy. But at least he's even coming out here and going, he did still like Israel, which he did. Up until his very last day, he did. Jody, for the 5, thank you so much. Love your podcaster. You talk with your chat, not at them. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. Seriously, you guys are absolutely awesome. But yeah, anyway. Just talking right past each other. It's so silly.
And the reasons he was being told it was fine was not okay anymore.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's exactly what you went through. I think exactly what I went through. And so it's there's no hatred on our part, which
She's
no
trying to
matter how many
shut
times
him
they
up.
try to psychologically convince us that it is an act of hate to notice things that are wrong, that are plainly wrong, that we can see with our own eyes.
Yeah.
I think we have covered so much here. And I just want to thank
Oh, you meant podcast. No, it's all good. It's all good.
you for opening this conversation to everybody. I think this is going to send people down a lot of different rabbit holes. I know for me, I definitely want to chase that full AR that went missing. And
I think it's a divine point
Yeah.
in the right direction.
yeah, and it could be nothing, but
It is saying, look this direction.
mhm. Yeah, you felt it, had a question, I have a question, there may be an answer. Sometimes you go somewhere and okay, it's nothing, but we got to try it. I feel like we have to do all that stuff for Charlie, just to keep looking. And yeah, I think just thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I agree. I don't think she's going to have him on after this anymore either. She's trying to shut him up. She's sitting there going, nope, there were things wrong with Israel. And he goes, no, Charlie still liked Israel. And she's like, hold on. Yeah, that was a rough ending. That was a very rough ending. So, man, what do you guys think about all this? I actually have to get off here now. The time ran way longer than I expected it to be. And I got to get to bed for sure. And, yeah, wife's got to get to bed. Kids got to get to bed. So I gotta hop off pretty quickly here. But yeah, tell me what you guys thought about this, especially down the comment section below after all this is not live anymore and people are rewatching this. Definitely would like to know. 4 hours straight stream though. It's been a while since I've gone quite that long. So thank you all so much for being here. You guys are amazing. Let me go ahead and thank everybody again who's donated for sure. Follow Your Destiny. Thank you so much. Mama Owl, of course. Thank you so much. Kelly McKinnon. Thank you. Love My Aussie. Twice, actually. And Jody. Thank you guys so much for being here. Sorry to have to go so quickly, guys, but we're going to have to plan a good long stream. Maybe I start at 2 o'clock and end up at 8 p.m. or something like that. I don't know. We're going to have to do an extra long one because you guys are fun. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see y'all here in the next one. Actually, hold on. I got a poopsie. There we go. Don't want to mess it all up. But anyway, thank you all so much for being here. See you guys here in the next one. Later.